Hey y'all, I'm updating everything right now and I want to give a disclaimer. I'll probably be giving this disclaimer throughout the stream today, but there are going to be spoilers on this day on my stream. So if you are trying to avoid spoilers, if you're trying to avoid DLC spoilers, do not watch this Lore Theory Thursday. I'm also going to put that in the title. I'm putting spoilers in the title. We decided on this yesterday. I know that it's not the best. We were trying to figure out if we should do Lore Theory Thursday like regularly this week, or if we should just skip Lore Theory Thursday from here on out, because some of the information that's dropped is like kind of unavoidable to talk about. But if we don't have too many viewers today, I might just switch over to playing Elden Ring. But I think that the people that want to talk about the information that's been revealed, like we did a poll yesterday and people were wanting to talk about it. So I'm kind of screwed. I'm going to be going over the non-spoilery lore bits first. I'll give another warning when I start talking about things. So somebody in the chat said, define spoilers. So I'm going to say spoilers are anything that's been revealed in Vati's preview video. I also have gardeners outside of my window right now. That's great. I'm excited to hear more about your opinions on it. Thank you. Cooper's gonna bark. Everything's a mess. I got my chair in. Everything's a nightmare. But let me go get Cooper. I don't even want to avoid it, but I think I'll like waiting. Yeah, I would recommend it. So some of the spoilers that have been revealed don't feel too bad. Like, so some of the stuff that was in the preview, there's one character that's been revealed that is kind of a big deal, and I almost want to avoid talking about them. It's not even like a big deal to the central plot as it pertains to Miquella. It's like one of the side factions in the game, but I don't feel like talking about them because I feel like the reveal is going to be like that much better. I don't know. Maybe we'll talk about them. We'll figure it out. Hello, Quaylog, you did great on the podcast. Yay! I'm glad that you guys enjoyed the podcast. I'm also so sorry that I said like as many times as I did. Sometimes my California comes out when I'm talking to people that I'm nervous. Like, it was my first time talking to Rat. Like, we literally hopped in a Discord call, and yeah, it's like a Central California Bay Area inflection that I have that's really awful. It's very Valley Girl. I say like and like hella all the time, so apologies that you guys had to endure that. I didn't even notice it. I feel like native Californians won't notice it, but people that I don't know if Hungry Boy, if you're from California at all, but I feel like there are people that are it's not so bad. My bro says you know every 3 words. But yeah, so Rat and I had never talked, like, period, before the podcast. We had never met before. They had me on their podcast. I called him straight away, and immediately we started recording. So it was rough. Like, it was very anxiety inducing, but I had so much fun, and Rat is such an easy person to talk to, and I feel, yeah, let me actually amplify their channel really quick. I feel like, so this is Ratatascore. I'm butchering that because it's Norse. It's the little squirrel in Norse mythology that runs up and down the Yggdrasil. It's a squalor. Here, I'm posting the link right now in chat. That's where you can find his channel. I also want to give a disclaimer too. Occasionally we refer to Miquella and Saint Trina as like he, they, she. Like, I'm kind of all over the place with Saint Trina's pronouns. I just want to make sure that people know that I'm a little fluid with it, so that way it's not potentially upsetting to folks. But yeah, I just want to let you all know. I'm an actual Cali native. My family goes back hundreds of generations. I support the Valley Girl accent. I think it's actually a part of the Chola history and not a white girl thing. LOL. No, 100%. Triple J. 100%. But because I'm a white girl in the Valley, it's like it became a stereotype, even though it's not historically accurate at all. But it did. I think Legally Blonde and like a lot of the media in the 90s was the thing that bastardized it. But yeah, so don't worry, I'm also unsure. Yeah, I think that like most people will know that it's harmless and that we're all just trying to, you know, figure it out. But like the Miquella St. Trina gender thing, I think a lot of people are pretty okay about it. But as I was watching the preview, I saw people in the live chat get really upset. And I just want to let people know that, like, I see you, and, like, do not worry. I'm not trying to erase that aspect of Miquella when we used male pronouns. I'm not erasing the St. Trina aspect. Do not worry. I see you, and I understand. And I understand the fear, but I promise you, I see you. I'm here with you. I'm on your team. Oh my god, Bray, hello. Also, I'm screwed today. Today's gonna suck. We have a gardener right outside of the window, so apologies. Yeah, so there's going to be inevitable spoilers today. We're going to try to go over the stuff that's not spoilery first, and then I'm going to go into spoilery stuff. I will give another huge disclaimer when we hit the spoilery content. Yeah, if you watched Vati's video, you're good. If you watched Vati's video, you're okay, because we're going to be talking about the stuff that's in Vati's video. I didn't get invited to the event, and a lot of people were angry at Vati. For what? Like, so for those of you that don't know how that works, Namco Bandai has like different community teams depending on which region you're in, and technically Vati's in like a full ass other region. They're not. He didn't go to the United States event, so why would he invite me? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. So people are getting mad for nothing. It's so stupid. And it's not even Vati's fault that I didn't get invited. Like, what? Stop it. Stop the hate. Stop the hate. Hold on, sorry. Cooper's being fucking naughty. Will we be going over anything that you discussed with Rat? We can if you guys want to. If you haven't watched it, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We won't be... Yeah, stop. Stop the unnecessary, like, anger towards Vati. Isn't Vati Australian? Yeah, like, what the fuck? Like, it's not the same region, y'all. Chill. Chill. I didn't see any female creators at all. Yes. So Lurksa got to go to the event. She's amazing. She's a Soulsborne challenge runner. It seems like a lot of PvP in the United States for, like, I mean, Lurksa, I don't even know. Is she in the US? But I think she went to the US one because I saw she was there with Oro and a couple other people that I recognized that are United States content creators. So she is. Okay, she's in the US. So they got invited. It seems like a lot of people that were invited in the United States event are challenge runners, PvPers, and a bunch of other stuff. I didn't see Raph there. I think she's another North American content creator, but Raph does both lore and PvP. But I know that in Europe, a lot of lore content creators were being invited, and I know in PAL, like the PAL region, lore content creators were invited, but I don't know about the United States. It didn't seem like the US community team was reaching out to lore people at all. Which is fine. That's okay. I'm actually not. I was being like, oh, I wish I could have gone, you know, but at the same time, it's not, I don't even know if I would have been able to afford like the airfare to go, you know, like it's not a loss. I don't care. Fuming. Yeah, I'm pissed. I'm breaking windows. I'm smashing things. I'm pissed. Okay, let me pull up the Lore Theory Thursday submission thread. I don't know if we got any this week on Discord. It's been so chaotic because of the preview that released. It's been especially chaotic that it's been hard to keep track of everything, because even I was kind of like, man, do I need to have blinders on for the rest of this week, or like should I, or for the rest of this month? I might even switch over to just playing the game at some point. I don't know. We'll see what the vibes are today. But I hope y'all are doing good. How are you guys doing? How is everybody? Are we preview spoilery today or not? We will be, but I'll let you guys know. I'll let you guys know. I sent one on Discord. Okay, let me find the Lore Theory Thursday submission. Okay, so there's the Ride to Hell Resurrection. I just posted a theory on the forums that has potential Norse mythology inspiration for the DLC that I would love Quaylog to look at. Okay, I will snag that. Oh, the Pale Horseman theory? Elden Ring theory. Okay, so this one has to do with the Pale Horseman that is in the shadow of the Erd Tree. Trailer, not the preview, but the gameplay trailer. The first trailer, the first Shadow of the Erd Tree trailer that we watched. So for those of you that have seen that, that's what this is. Okay. Let me figure out how. Oh. that's not accurate. That's not true. The slug horse. Yeah, we're going to be talking about the slug horse. Thanks, OBS? That's not what I want. We're having a... Here we go. Okay. Woohoo! Yippee! Alright. Okay, so this is Cult of Cola's breakdown of the slug horse. I'm sorry, the slug horse? Yeah, the slug horse. We're talking about this horse that's in the gameplay trailer. Oh! That looks like some Celtic shit. Yeah, we've been getting a lot of, there's that one Celtic mythos. Can somebody post it in the chat? I get it submitted to me all the time. I know it's out there. By the way, the DLC only has a few gigabytes less than all of Dark Souls 3. Oh yeah, Nuckelavee. There we go. Apologies. Nuckelavee? Is that how you say it? The Kelpie. This is spoiler free. So this part is spoiler free, but later on we will be diving into spoilers. I will let you guys know when that happens. Nuckelavee? Big Midir vibes. Yeah, we can go into this one next. So we'll talk about that. But there's a lot of speculation about this man that I've seen within my community. So I honestly didn't know about the Nuckelavee until after I made this theory. Is only paying attention to Twitch again? No, I have both chats up. I don't know what you're talking about. Just because I gloss over people's messages doesn't mean that I'm ignoring y'all. I've never only just paid attention to Twitch. I can like reassure you guys that. Here, let me actually show you. Hold on. Yeah, YouTube chatter salty early. Hold on. I have an idea, so that way y'all can see what I see. Hey, Coops. Okay, I might actually I have a little footrest, and I might actually move it and put Cooper on it. No, this is way too wiggly. I don't think he would like that at all. All right, I guess you're coming back on my lap. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. All right. Hold on, everybody. Okay, so we're gonna move this over here, and we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. All right, everybody say hello to the chat. Sorry. Apologies. I'm getting this like getting this under control. Okay. Cool. We good? No, I've only made it to another live stream of hers. And in that one, she realized after about 20 minutes that she just had Twitch chat working. Oh, I see. Was there like a restream issue? It probably was that restream got bugged out during that chat. Don't worry. I promise I see you, Jay. I see you. I see you guys. Y'all are there. Okay. It's like the NYC Dublin portal. God. Rest in peace to that thing. Okay, so what is the Pale Horseman? In the trailer for Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree, we can briefly see a large skeletal creature riding atop a pale sickly horse. Since we don't have an official name for the horse or its rider yet, I'll refer to both of them as the Pale Horseman or just the Horseman to make it easier to talk about them. I've closely analyzed the horseman's anatomy, location, and themes from a few frames that might be these creatures... And themes from a few of these frames that these creatures are pictured within, and I believe I've figured out what these little weirdos might be. So the horse's pale skin coloration and sunken eyes are traits that are seen on the first generation Albinaurics. The horse appears to be melting into a dark silver flesh that seems to also comprise the creature mounting it. Such flesh could be further evidence that these creatures are silver tears or Albinauric in origin. St. Trina lilies being present in the area confirms a possible connection to Miquella. The area is taking place upon a flat plane of water, which suggests an association with death and the afterlife, as well as it could be another reference to the ripple, seeing as the capillary waves or ripples are formed on the water surface. The weapon is the shape of the crescent, which could be another relation to Miquella's Great Rune, the Eclipse, or the Ripple. Also, hold on, sorry, this music's very intense. Okay. Oops. Where are we? Where are we, chat? Where are we, chat? Okay, sorry. So, the anatomy. From observing the horseman's anatomy, I'm nearly convinced that both the horseman and its steed are Albinaurics, or at the very least heavily related to them based on my prior observations. This idea is supported by looking specifically at the rider's design, which draws many parallels to the anatomy of the first generation Albinaurics. To better demonstrate this, here are both images of them side by side. So yeah, there's like an extra bone in the shoulder. That's a good catch. I totally didn't realize that. But yeah, it seems like there's an extra joint. A dropped head, bent knees, large barrel-shaped chest, silver flesh, long forearm joints as shown above, short, seemingly non-functional legs. Differences: elongated neck, much larger size, orb for head. I think another thing that stands out to me here is that there is like, I know in this, like this bottom part of the horse, it looks kind of like a dark gray material, like the silver tier, but it also kind of looks black, and it looks really similar to the way that the Deathroot skeletons are being animated, where there's the black goop that's inside of them. I'm kind of curious to see if this is Albinauric related, or if it's something else, or if we're getting kind of like, I don't know. I'm curious to see what this guy is, because I think that there's a lot that can... I mean, obviously the skeletal, like the arms, definitely support that it's related to the Albinauric, but it's strange that it's still animated. Like, why isn't it just faded away? Greetings, fellow world worm hunters. Greetings. Weirdly, its head looks like a humanity sprite from Dark Souls. Yeah, right? Looks like it's an amalgam from the tree that is haunted by spirit/spirits. Yeah, true. I don't have a solid explanation for the neck and size discrepancies, which may poke holes in the idea of the horseman being an Albinauric. However, I do have an idea as to what the orb in place of its head could possibly be, as I must preface this is entirely speculation. The object that is connected to the horseman's spine might actually be what the brain of the Albinauric looks like. As the horseman's skull was removed somehow, this brain appears to be a crystal carved... This brain appears to be a crystal carved in the shape of an orb, or perhaps even made from dark blue glintstone seen on Master Lestat and the Crystallians, which would make a lot of sense if we were to believe the Albinaurics were created by glintstone sorcerers. This better explains why Albinaurics were denoted as heretical by the Cuckoo Knights, similarly to Selene and the study of the primeval current. Selene, Lestat, and Azure all replace parts of their body with glintstone to house their souls within them. Following what little we know about the creation of Albinaurics, we can assume that to create their soul it requires a primordial drop of dew, and that the soul is then housed within a piece of glintstone, or perhaps the primordial drop of dew is already a part of the glintstone itself. Lastly, this also explains why Albinaurics casters spells with the occult stat, using an innate magic within them rather than a skill learned. Their brains are being made of glintstone fuels their spells, and thus they don't need much intelligence to perform spell casting. Blah, 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 blah. So let's get, like, it's so hard to see. The thing on the end of its head is so obfuscated. It's the lights for its eyes make it difficult to get like a good glimpse of what it is. To me, like, that theory is so strong, and I think that you're right that the same kind of magic that the Cuckoo condemn has to do with primordial glintstone sorcery and artificial life. Like, that is what they hate. That's what they're after, right? That's like, they're running around snuffing out the Albinaurics. They're running around fighting, Pydia, and like, they formed a coup against Renala because of her rebirthing magic. They don't like mimic tears, and they don't like false life or the continuation of life that goes against natural law. I think you're right on that. The head kind of just looks more like that black material, but just in a ball shape, which that I think lends itself to the fact that it could be like some kind of mimic tear or some kind of thing. Oh my gosh, yeah. So we're actually gonna talk about Nuckelavee. I literally can't pronounce it. We're gonna be talking about that. I think that that's also a part of this person's theories. The Cuckoo Knight, yeah. We're already going to talk about that, so don't worry, Azulite. This is part of that person's theory, I think. Hi, I just watched your podcast with Rat. When's the part 2? I actually don't know. We haven't scheduled it or talked about it. We just kind of like realized by 2 hours and 30 minutes in that like we hadn't finished talking about all of the questions that they had. So we'll see. We'll see if we make it happen. I would be like delighted to go back on. Talking to Rat was awesome, but yeah. Okay, so location. Looking at the background of the Horseman's Arena, we can tell that this area most likely takes place in some cave area as seen in the trailer. I came to this conclusion by closely examining both together and noticing how both have white flowers, glowing lilies, flooding, and a bluish purple lighting, all taking place inside a cave. Thank you, Epic! Thank you for the subscription. Yeah, we got the goofy music playing. I think also too so I'm not gonna get into spoilers. We did get a little bit of insight on what this character is from Vati's video, and I can go back to it, but I am not gonna talk about it right now. But initially, I thought that this person was maybe like I thought that this person was maybe just like a Saint Trina devotee. There's a little bit more to their story than that, but I'm not going to talk about it. But yes, this person is definitely in the same arena as this guy. So I'm curious. I'm curious. We can safely assume that the lilies shown are St. Trina's lilies, as they're pale white with a bright glow, and they're the only type of lily that we find in the lands between outside of Miquella lilies, which are more of a yellowish color. From this, we can surmise that the horseman has some sort of connection to St. Trina, Miquella, and sleep. Considering my hypothesis that the horseman is an Albinauric, this isn't hard to believe from what we already observe with the Albinaurics. There are multiple instances of Albinaurics revering Miquella and seeking the Halo Tree, to which he welcomes them with open arms. Some have even been granted to transcend their form alongside Miquella as they slumber within cocoons in the Ephiel. I can't ever pronounce this. The Epi. Not to mention, the Albinaurics can drop St. Trina arrows to spread their teachings. It's not exactly clear if the Albinaurics are the priests themselves or those that the priests spread their teachings to. I'd wager most likely the latter. Some more evidence for the connection between Albinaurics and sleep are the silver crabs, found all over Liurnia and the consecrated snowfield. These crabs are currently the only enemies in Elden Ring that can inflict this sleep status effect with slumber-inducing breath. Yes, I would also say too, you'll probably talk about this, but somehow Ronnie also has learned sleep magic. So it seems like there's some kind of connection with that magic and slumber. There's also some of the weird sleep-themed stuff regarding, I'm also going to move this, sorry. Sleep-themed stuff regarding Renala's boss fight and like the lullaby themes. There's a lot going on there. I'm not saying that anybody is anybody, but it just kind of seems like there's a relationship between this kind of magic, Albinaurics, and sleep. I'm with you. I'm with you. Hold on. I'm trying to find some like some good music. A lot of this is let's do yeah. Okay. Anyway, something potentially worth noting is that the Elden Ring wiki states that these crabs' original Japanese names refer to them as the homunculi, but I can't verify this myself. If these crabs are Albinaurics, it's quite strange to note that none of the Albinaurics in the game currently possess the ability to exhale mist outside of the second generation Albinaurics, but their breath inflicts frostbite and not sleep. What could this mean exactly? I'm not sure. If we had to speculate why the horseman is within this cave, it could be that it's a loyal servant of Miquella, perhaps tasked with protecting something of value to him even in death. This could be a reason why we fight the horseman to gain this treasured item it protects to give the NPC to progress their questline. Thank you for the gifted! If we're to assume the horseman is an Albinauric, maybe the sorcerer NPC we see in the trailer might want it dead due to its heretical nature, according to the Cuckoo Knight's beliefs. Themes. It's pretty evident when looking at the horseman's design that it's meant to invoke themes of death and decay. The rider and its steed are very visibly undead, and the rider is practically a skeleton at this point, with its last bit of flesh stored within its ribcage and stomach, while the horseman's complete bottom half is nothing more than gory paste. Something else about the horseman's design could connect it with death and its distinct eyes. The only other creature that we have seen that have the white glowing orbs for eyes are the cemetery shades, who themselves are emblematic of death and being gravekeepers. I think another thing too is like this shade that we have going on here. It's almost like a light periwinkle or like a light bluish purple. It's the same kind of color that the ghosts, like when we summon our spirit ashes and like the grave monument, it's like that color. It exists in like that spectrum of things. So yeah, I'm gonna punch stuff. Sorry. What else is super important to mention about the horseman's design is concerning its theme and potential influence. The fourth horseman of the apocalypse, the pale horseman, Death. Death is in the Book of Revelation is depicted as a skeleton riding atop an ashy pale horse. The color is meant to resemble that of a corpse, extremely similar to the horseman pictured in the DLC trailer. Okay, if this is indeed a reference to Death as a horseman of the apocalypse, this could have large implications considering Death's role in this context, being a bringer of judgment and doom, while accompanied by Hades, or the afterlife which contains the souls of the dead. Interestingly, the area the horseman fights within takes place on a flat plane of water, which in Elden Ring, water is heavily associated with the afterlife and death. We can observe the association through the Tibia mariners who are riding aboard a spectral boat, with the obvious reference to a character of Greek mythology. Sorry, I always mess up his name. Charon? Sometimes I say Charon. I don't know exactly how it's pronounced. I used to say Charon all the time, and then I think people were coming in and correcting me, and now I'm like totally lost on it. But yeah, Charon, who guided people across the river Styx into Hades. Charon, the boat rider. I think it's supposed to be close to Charon, yeah. Other examples come from Godwin, as his current state and his many design elements relate to creatures of the sea, and he's gained access. Sorry, he's gained as the Prince of Death. Sorry. Another thing too is the souls of astrologers get turned into jellyfish too, which is super neat. We have a lot of like nautical influence with some of the dead imagery. Hold on. Cooper wants to go down. Are you going to bark at stuff if I put you down? My sweet boy. Are you going to bark? Okay, whatever. Firstly, he has spined fin structures that go across his arms, appearing very similar to dorsal fins, and his lower body looks to be the tail of a fish, which ends in a caudal fin. Lastly, and most striking of all, is his head being a clamshell, while the area of Godwin is found within itself flooded with water, ranging from white to purple in coloration. Yeah, it seems like around the rest of the Nameless Eternal City, it's white, which is in line with Nordic mythology, because there's like the white waters that are around the roots of the Yggdrasil and in certain water wells. But then his water specifically is purple, which, like, we know that this color purple is associated with the original color of Ghost Flame, and there's like some purple related stuff regarding sleep and death. They're kind of somewhat related, like the glow my is like a little bit of a purplish color. But I don't think that Saint Trina, for example, is like the entity governing over death. Obviously Saint Trina is related to sleep, but I do think sleep and death are related in like the mythos of the game, loosely related. Yeah, Uthra Brune. Yeah, I don't fucking... It's a mess. It might be white due to the corpse wax as well, for sure. Sorry, there's loud noises. Okay. Purple in coloration seeming to emanate from his presence. This too is shown by the clusters of deathroot that grow in this visage, almost exclusively found within flooded areas, usually burial sites. Wherever this Prince of Death is, there is water. I believe, knowing that the horseman has some tie to Miquella and being a literal personification of death and doom, it could perhaps have a role in bringing about the eclipse, invoking its power to cast judgment. Eclipses are often symbols of doom or an end of an era, which is exactly what the four horsemen are. It may imply that Miquella's end goal in the DLC might not just be to put an end to those who live in death, but soon too will put an end to the Erd tree and allow it to finally die, setting the stage for a new age to come forth, the age of the Halig tree. In conclusion, I believe that the three main things we can take away from the horseman based on the evidence I've provided here is that 1, its anatomy suggests a kinship with Albinorix, and 2, its placement within the DLC suggests an allegiance to Miquella. And last but not least, its thematic ties suggest a bigger bringer of death, doom, and the lands between. Regardless, thank you so much for reading my ramblings. Thank you for submitting! Thank you so much. Hold on. Sorry, Cooper is being a man. Cooper's being a man. Thank you so much. Let's read about Nuckelavee really quick, because this is also a common theory within my community, and I want to give the Nuckelavee stands attention regarding this. So, Nuckelavee, apologies if I'm mispronouncing this, is a horse-like demon from Orcadian folklore that combines equine and human elements. British folklorist Catherine Briggs calls it the nastiest of all demons in Scotland's Northern Isles. The Nuckelavee? I don't know if I'm saying anything right. Nuckellavee's breath was thought to wilt crops and sicken livestock, and the creature was held responsible for droughts and epidemics on land despite being predominantly a sea dweller. A graphic description of it appears on land was given by an islander who claimed to have a confrontation with it, but accounts describing the details of the creature's appearance are inconsistent. In common with many other sea monsters, it's unable to tolerate fresh water. Therefore, those it is pursuing have only to cross a river or a stream to be rid of it. It is kept in confinement during the summer months by Mither of the Sea, an ancient Orcadian spirit, and the only one able to control it. In Orcadian folklore, Orcadian folklore has a strong Scandinavian influence, and may be that the Nuckelavee is a composite of the water horse from Celtic mythology, a creature imported by the Norsemen. A similar malevolent entity such as the Kelpie, it is often offered an explanation for incidents that islanders in ancient times could not otherwise understand. So it's just like a water-related horseman. I want to know if there is like other... What about this, outside of it being like a rider, like a horse rider that's associated with the ocean, is there any other, are there any other crossovers? Like, is the horse typically white, or it's just associated with death and like wilting crops? So it's like, I think it's like the triad maybe that people are, okay, wait, Nuckelavee, thank you. It seems like it's the combination of the water, a horseman, and death. Big horse, check. Yeah, big horse, check. Water, check. Death, check. So like aesthetically, it could be pulling from that. Greek myth also has Poseidon make horses from waves. Yes. There's also Celtic myth with the Kelpies and like a bunch of other like aquatic related horses. But I think maybe the reason why people are thinking about this one in particular is because it has to do with death, typically. In Greek mythology, sleep and death are brothers. Miquella and Godwin are brothers. One is sleep and one is death. Yeah, that makes sense. The flayed skin is the main one. Oh, so it has flayed skin. I love this like image though. It's like a giant man with like a glowing demon horse. Maybe Merlwib? Maybe. Remember the fan-made Nuckelavee boss from Vati's art contest? No, I don't. When was that? Can someone send me that? Cool. Thank you so much for submitting this theory, though. This was really fun to read. I love it. I'm about it. All right, let's see who else has submitted anything this week. All right, Ride to Hell Resurrection. I love this title. Thank you. All right, so we're gonna be going through this, and then we're gonna hit up Twitter, and some other stuff. We're gonna be hitting up a lot of theories today. This one also doesn't seem to look too spoilery. Oh wait, note, I have not seen anything from the preview thing. Cool. So we're still in the non-spoiler zone, by the way, for those of you that are watching. Is there any explanation on why Melina's claw mark becomes foggy in the Frenzied Flame ending? Yeah, so the claw mark definitely seems to be serving as some kind of seal to keep her eyes shut. And then the claw mark dissipates when the Erd Tree is destroyed. It could be like that correlation. Correlation doesn't equal causation, but I think it's important to point out that her eye only opens and that the claw mark only fades when the Erd Tree is destroyed. We're talking about Melina, not Melina. Oh, or are you just asking if she's... Sorry, are you just asking if Melina is actually blind? I think she is. I mean, she doesn't have eyes. How do you like your coffee? Black. Where are these submissions from? So I have it both on... I take submissions both on Twitter and in the Discord. Discord is currently closed to the public right now. Apologies. Apologies, everybody. Let's switch over to some Persona music. Okay, cool. Also, how are the audio levels sounding? Also, she can only move around physically when she's near the Erd Tree. Yes. Why is the Discord closed? Because we were having a lot of people en masse join who just like couldn't deal. We have a lot of people that join who've been very defensive about their theories or very aggressive about their theories, and will straight up get into arguments that like border on name calling and just like being a fucking asshole. And so we're just like not dealing with it right now because none of my moderators get paid. Like I don't make enough money to, I make enough money to pay rent. That's where I'm at right now. I don't make enough money to like to pay people for helping me upkeep my community. So I just want to give my mods a break sometimes because it's just like, yeah, it's vibe maintenance. Yeah, exactly. So I prefer for people that like aren't a part of the Twitter yet, just like go ahead and, or sorry, aren't a part of the Discord yet, go ahead and post on Twitter. Apologies. But yeah, let's get into this real quick. Oh my god, happy birthday, Ancient Marvel! Happy birthday. That's so sad. The point of Miyazaki's theory, or story, the point of Miyazaki's storytelling is for us to interpret it from our own lens. I don't fully agree with that. And I don't, he's never said that outright. I don't think that, I think that there is a point to his story. And I think that there's like a goal, but I also think there's a way to disagree civilly. Like, for example, just now, where I disagree with you, but respectfully. And like, I also am not going to knock down any of like your thoughts or feelings or like what the game means to you. So it's like, it's a whole conversation about like being able to disagree civilly. There are some people that are just unable to do that or aren't patient with other people. So yeah, no apologies for maintaining you and your mod's sanity, for sure. Does anyone know what Quelaag does besides Elden Ring lore? So I used to be in the video game industry. I was a user researcher and designer. My background's in research methodology and statistics. The video game industry's on fire right now, and a lot of people got let go. A lot of people got let go, like a fuck ton of people. Tech industry got flattened, and like in total, I think it was like 260,000 jobs just got like flattened. So I'm doing this for a living. This is it. This is all I got. But yeah, let's go. We do a little layoffing. Yeah, as a treat. We just ruin people's lives. It's fine. That's fine. We invest and overreach and realize that we don't have the money to be paying people, and then we just flatten everything to please our stakeholders. It's cool. Anyway, how much of that do you think was influenced by the emergence of AI? I could get into it, Kevin Z. It's like a whole long thing. So like really quick, there was a period about like 6 years ago in America where interest rates for creating games were quite low, and it was very, very inexpensive to make games. And a lot of stakeholders were like investing in the gaming industry, and it was kind of like a big boom in the industry. And then all of a sudden, I think stakeholders were realizing that video games were getting increasingly expensive, and interest rates were going up, and things weren't paying out the way that they were anticipating, because not everything can be Fortnite. Not everything can be this big, you know, like I think we were there like 6 years ago, we're like you know, almost a decade ago, we were seeing Minecraft and Fortnite and some games, like some IPs, really blow the fuck up. And I think that a lot of people were kind of money hungry and were like ready to have their game be the next big thing. And like games don't work like that. So that we just it is what it is. The new stream room looks sick. This is my kitchen. But yeah, so let's go back to Elden Ring lore because that's all we got now. So, okay, wait, playing Elden Ring now and just went back to the Mimic Tear side of Grace. There is a female statue missing the top part of the body. Anything lore-wise significant there? Okay, wait. The Mimic Tear statue, I believe, isn't the statue in the Mimic Tear boss room, Elden John? For this, like, isn't that, it's the Ul Palace ruins, and it's the guy that's holding the tablet, and I think you're seeing his leggies. He does have very effeminate legs. He does do the razzle dazzle. Like, he does do a little, like, he's doing a little, ooh. But yeah, that's Elden John, as our community calls him. He's Tarnished Archaeologist calls him the Dynast. But yeah. Okay, anyway, let's get to this person's theory. I'm ignoring chat. I'm ignoring you guys because this person has been waiting patiently. So I think it's pretty widely known that Elden Ring has a lot of influence from Norse mythology, but I feel like a lot of specific connections have been underexplored. I want to write more about all different connections eventually, but for now I want to talk about something that I realized might be more relevant to the DLC than I thought. Note, I have not seen anything from the preview thing. The only DLC information in here is that Miquella has gone to the Shadow Realm and rides Torrent here. First, a summary of the story of the death of Baldur. And so I've actually covered this in a video, and I think this is very important. I do think that, like, despite the fact that there's a bunch of other cultures that are represented in Elden Ring, I do think that as far as, like, Marika's children... Sorry, I'm trying to figure out where would be a good spot for my camera to exist. I think that, like, Marika's children are, like, fully entrenched in Nordic myth. And I would include Radagon's children, mirror Loki's kids a lot. So, and Loki's also a shapeshifter who changes gender. So, yeah, it is. I definitely think a lot of the family dynamics are, like, fully Nordic. Hold on, let's do... Okay. She hates us. Okay. This will be based on Jesse Byock's translation of the Prose Edda. Baldur, also known as Baldur the Beautiful or Baldur the Good, is one of the... I can't pronounce this. Aesir. I'm sorry. I'm gonna butcher this whole thing because I'm sorry. I'm sorry to all my my Scandinavian friends. Baldur is great and beloved by all the gods. The Prose Edda says he's so beautiful and bright that light shines from him, and he's the best and all praise him. One day Baldur had troubling dreams. Thank you so much for the gifted. Jeez, thank you guys. Whoever gifted all of those memberships on YouTube, thank you so much. Aesir, I believe, also good looking. Okay, anyway, let's keep going. One day, Baldur had troubling dreams foretelling his own death. To prevent his coming to pass, his mother Frigg went to everything in the world and made them swear oaths not to harm Baldur. Loki disguised himself as a random woman and found out from Frigg that she did not bother to ask a young sprig of mistletoe to swear an oath because she thought it was too young. Loki found the mistletoe and took it to where Aesir were throwing random shit at Baldur because they thought it was cool that he was invincible. Loki went to the god Hod, who was blind, and convinced him that he could help Hod aim so he could join in on the fun. He gave Hod the mistletoe, and Hod shot it at Baldur, killing him instantly. I love this story so much. I'm sorry. The way that you've told it is so fucking funny, and it's very true. The Aesir were horrified, especially Odin and Frigg. because not only is Balder their son, but they also know that Balder's death is an omen of the coming of Ragnarok, the war that will end the world/age. Hermod, another son of Odin, volunteers to go to Hel, Loki's daughter, ruler of the land of the dead, and beg Balder for the release from death. He rides Sleipnir, Odin's horse, to Hel and finds Balder and his wife Nanna, who died of heartbreak there. He begs Hel to release Balder, and she agrees as long as the Aesir can get everything in the world to weep for Balder. So the Aesir go around asking everything to weep, and eventually does, except a giant woman named Thok, who basically says, Balder never did anything for me, let him stay dead. Like most antagonists of stories of Norse mythology, Thok was probably Loki in disguise. So what does this have to do with Elden Ring lore? The obvious reference that I think a lot of people have noticed is that Godwin seems to be based on Balder, and his children... Sorry, big Cooper snore. Holy shit, that was a big one. He's the golden child of the ruling god. Marika has many parallels to Odin, who everyone loves, and he's killed by one of his siblings to the only thing in existence that can kill him. He's killed by one of his siblings using the only thing in existence that can kill him, and this leads to another great war that the gods that end their age. This may mean that Ranni was tricked into killing Godwin somehow, or that Marika removed the Rune of Death because she foresaw Godwin's death and the Shattering. But the possible connection that I've only made recently is that Miquella could be the equivalent of Hermod. We know that Miquella has been trying to give Godwin back his soul, and perhaps Miquella traveling to the land of Shadow and Torrent is the equivalent of Hermod riding to Hel on Sleipnir, which would mean that he's going there to try to once again restore Godwin's soul. We know that Miquella is investigating the origins of Marika's godhood in the Erd Tree. Perhaps he's trying to better understand how life and death work in this world, aren't we all? So he can figure out what to do with Godwin. Or perhaps he's seeking out someone specific, the equivalent of Hel, who can help Godwin. This would mean that Torrent was originally Marika's horse, which I have always used to think before the DLC images. Alternatively, Miquella could have already completed some ride like this. Perhaps he was told he needed an eclipse to bring back Godwin, just as Hermod was told by Hel that all things needed to weep for Balder. The eclipse depicted in the Castle Sol banner does kind of look like the sun is weeping. Of course, it's possible that I'm entirely grasping at straws. No, you're not. So, hypothesis, or sorry, not hypothesis. I don't know why it's not showing the OP, but it's showing people responding it. That's weird. Whoever this is, because Discord is protecting your identity. Whoever this is, I agree with you. And something that's really fascinating, where is it? The part where you talked about how Ranni was potentially tricked. So we actually talked about this on Rat's podcast today, but I didn't get into... He asked me if I felt that Marika had anything to do with the Night of the Black Knives. I don't think this is weird. And this is like fully tinfoil hat speculation, so please bear with me through this. Because this is all, if Miyazaki and George R. R. Martin decided to go one-to-one or loosely follow this story, what could potentially happen is that Marika didn't intend for Godwin to die, but that Radagon intended for Godwin to die at some point in history. But that is like, that doesn't line up with like in-game lore, so that's where it like deviates. But like in Nordic myth, like you said, like Loki, hold on one sec, I need to Mass Destruction's so distracting for me. It's such a banger, but I need to take my headphone out. Okay, so the parallel, you're clocking a lot of parallels, which I agree with. There is another parallel, specifically regarding Loki and who Loki is, allegory-wise, in the family. I think that Marika and Radagon are supposed to be Loki, and specifically Radagon's lineage resembles Loki's lineage. So Loki had multiple wolves as children, had Hel, like his daughter Hel is like a half-dead person who is like missing half her face, which is really similar to Ranni. And then we also have the giant snake, Rykard. And then we have Radon, who is kind of like this big, like warrior giant lion man, and he has red hair. And Loki was thought, it's weird. So there's some like weird stuff with Norse mythology. Typically, like Frigg and Freya, for example, are commonly conflated, and Loki is thought to kind of like low-key be everybody. But Loki also gets conflated with this giant Logi who has red hair. And so sometimes Loki is depicted with red hair, or sometimes he's depicted with blonde hair, but they are separate people. And so it's like Nordic myth is just like strange like that. I think because a lot of it is oral tradition, and a lot of the stories get kind of wrapped up in different messages. And so different characters serve as different things depending on who's telling the story and who is what and what is what. But I kind of wonder, given like Marika's relationship with the Black Knife assassins, if for some reason she did have a hand in Godwin's death at some point. As to why, this was something that we were talking about on the podcast today. What would Marika gain from Godwin being slain? I don't know. And this is where I think that like history or mythology deviates from the... Yeah, sorry, wait, Logi isn't a giant, just fire. I've heard that he is a fire, but then I've also heard he is a giant. I wish we had like more than one source for Norse mythology. It's like salamander. I think that it's like all over the place. It's all over the place because I think that's just how oral tradition gets preserved. Hold on. Let's God of personification of fire. I thought that he was a giant. I thought he was one of the red-haired... I guess he's just fire? Damn, okay. So he's like Flan the fire god almost. Norse mythology. But are they giants? See, this is what I'm like curious about. Okay, wait. Ancient, yeah. So Jotur is an ancient giant. So like a lot of, this is like another thing, sorry. A lot of the gods in Norse mythology are like children of giants. And that also pops up in Elden Ring a lot. Is that there's like some kind of weird connection with like the giants and the gods, given like Radagon's hair. There's like a giant's curse on the gods. There's also Utengard Loki, who shouldn't be confused with Loki or Loki, yeah. It's fucked. Also apologies, yeah. Okay, wait. Jotun is a giant. Jotun is a giant. All we have to do is work out which source all we have to do is work out which source for Norse mythology that George R. R. Martin likes. I mean, we can kind of probably figure that out, given the fact that he's like referenced Nordic myth before in his work. Yeah, Wikipedia lore. Somebody asked, who cursed Melina with rot? So the only thing that we get in the game is that if there is children that are born from a singular god via like weird internal incest, because they're the same person, those children bear a curse, and the curse typically represents some outer god. But like the nature of the curse is kind of all over the place, so I don't know. Giant in Norse is the same race of which all the gods, Odin and his kids, are. The two major clans just differentiate themselves from being giant because they look down on the other lineages. I see. But which god cursed Miquella then? It said that he was cursed with eternal youth, which doesn't sound like a curse. But that's like we have. Is it Melinia's rune? Is it Melinia's rune? Sorry, I have Bing because I'm using Microsoft Edge right now, which isn't my normal browser. It's not which item is it? Is it the Remembrance of Melina? Does anybody remember? There is a yeah, Curse of Being a Child Forever can be bad, I guessed. Guessed? What? I can't talk. Remembrance of the Rock Goddess? Yeah, probably. Okay, hold on. Your favorite streamer can't spell. Sorry. Miquella and Melina are both the children of a single god. As such, they're both Empyreans, but suffered afflictions from birth. One is cursed with eternal childhood, and the other harbored rot within. As far as what Miquella's outer god affiliation is, some people think maybe abundance, because there was like a cut item that was like the twin blade of abundance and rot, or like abundance and decay or something. So we can only guess. I don't know. Thinking about the whole don't fuck with the sacred tree thing being a metaphor for do not try to do eugenics. Yeah, it definitely just seems like a lot of the story is focusing on fucking with like the natural cycle and like fucking with nature, fucking with the tree of life, fucking with like holy and sacred forces that allow our planet and like matter to exist and decompose and procreate. Don't fuck with it. Don't fuck with it. Okay, let's do... Also, this song is really... I love this song, but it's very distracting. Ooh, let's do the mall. Okay, sorry. I'm living my Persona fantasy right now. Miquella's curse is never to develop his frontal lobe and chillin' the fuck out. It's so funny, Cat's Eye, because like despite everything, despite the... Hold on. Hey, Coop. You're okay. Despite the like curse of eternal childhood, Miquella seems to be the most like even keel, especially with cut content. There's like Miquella of the Cradle Song cut content questline, which is about him, or I guess Saint Trina, her singing a lullaby to the wandering caravan who are buried alive beneath the capital to like ease them of their suffering, and also so they don't blow up the capital by summoning the three fingers. There's a lot going on there. Quaylock, have you played 3 Reloaded? Not yet. So 3 is one of my favorites. It's like, it was my first Persona game. But I haven't... I don't know. I haven't had time to play the Reloaded one. I got to play the demo at PAX a couple years back though, and I was like very excited for it. I think all the content was repurposed and fleshed out for the DLC. That's typically what they do. They did it for Bloodborne and for Dark Souls 1. I'm curious to see if we're gonna get some of the sleep-related content, because there's that like cut content that allows you to put NPCs to sleep and collect them like a bestiary or bestiary. It's cool. Is a preview... is this a preview spoiler-free stream today, or is that basically impossible? So I'm gonna get into that at some point. I'm gonna get into some DLC spoilery theories, but I'll let you guys know when I do that. I don't want to like fully alienate the people that have been doing submissions to me. I would actually say maybe now is the time that I give like a disclaimer on like preview submissions, because I don't have control over who submits what on Twitter, and Twitter's kind of like a lawless wasteland. So just be prepared to dip. Be prepared to dip. Okay, so let's go through Twitter, and then let's go through Puff, spoilers is for the DLC. So Puff, you might not know this because this just happened yesterday, but the journal embargo on the DLC, like the journalist embargo on the DLC, lifted yesterday, and a lot of preview stuff for the DLC was released, and there's some boss names and some locations and some enemy types that are released now. So and some of them have some pretty huge implications. And I also I have like a really strong, I have a lore theory that I want to submit today, but I want to submit it at the end. I want to talk about it at the end. I have like, I'm also, hold on one sec. I'm going to cover the brain cancer part of Twitter. We're not going to look at any awful shit on the internet today. I'm protecting you guys against it because we deserve a break, because I know y'all are being active in your day-to-day lives. Y'all are being vigilant. I see you guys out there. So let's take a break to recoup, and then we'll get back at it. Thanks. All right. Oh, George is an incredible painter. Wait, hold on. Sorry. We're like fully getting distracted. I think wait, do I follow them? Yeah, I do follow them. They're amazing. Yeah, they do nature paintings that are based off of photorealism. I love their work. So like this is a painting. It's crazy. But it definitely is like photorealism as it pertains to like digital cameras. Like they look like straight up, like some of his paintings look like straight up photographs. It's awesome. You love to see it. George, you're awesome. Let's get with it. Let's get with it. Wait, why is near trending? Look. I'm scared. Hold on. Can you open this in another? Oh, it's Yoko Taro's birthday! Happy birthday, Yoko Taro! Happy birthday, Yoko Taro. Okay, anyway. Let's get with it. I'm getting distracted. Oops. Okay. Halig. The word Halig is Old English for holy. The pre-Christian Anglo-Saxons used it for the month of September, Halig month, holy month. According to Betty and other Saxon scholars, the month was holy because it was the time to when sacrifices were made to gods and idols. I think it's fair to characterize the Halig tree as an autumnal tree. It has red leaves and it's host to decay, fungus, and rot. I think the association with sacrifices is interesting because Miquella feeds the Halig tree with his own blood and later embeds his own body in its roots. Stepping into my own theories for a second, I think it's interesting that after we defeat Melina in the Halig tree, she turns into a new bloom of Aeonia. It's easy to imagine a new rot tree like the one we see in Caelid growing out of the Halig tree, a tree with a new age feeding on the dying tree of the previous. In my view, this is a microcosm of what should have happened with the Erd tree, but to preserve it, Marika has tampered with the Elden ring and fought against anything that could damage her tree. Fire, rot, blood, not sure about that one, chaos, and finally death. This all ties into the previous work of George R. R. Martin through Saxon name for October, which is winter, I can't say it, the castle Winterfell. This comes from a time when the year was divided in half, summer and winter. Winter began when the nights became longer and the days. So the first full moon of October is when winter falls. And now we fix the descendants of the festival that was had at the end of October as Halloween, Samhain, and Disablat, etc. Yes, I agree with this take. I'm 100% with you on this take. I definitely think that there is a repeating motif. And I talked about it in another video I talked about this in a video regarding the symbolism of Melania's blossom has like roots in Eastern philosophy as far as like its visual symbolism goes, because the lotus flower sitting on a bed of rot is symbolic of a particular kind of suffering that is associated with transcendence, that's its own thing. But I do think that her presence in the Halig tree symbolizes this like relationship with decay, rot, processing life, processing dead matter and creating new life. And there's a lot of imagery around the lens between of a blossom or like a flower giving way for a tree, and like this cycle between like a flower and a tree back and forth. But yeah, that's a thing I agree with. I agree with you. It's great. Man, I didn't realize how strongly people felt about Miquella and Trina's gender until the podcast was premiered. Yeah, I think also too, Samsara. Yeah, Samsara. I think I'm really careful about the way that I manage my community. And I think that being loud and annoying about transphobia, especially like on my YouTube when I was just like, hey, if you're a transphobe, please leave. And anytime people would be like, hey, that's really mean, I would block them. And so like I immediately like culled parts of my community. And I think that content creators that don't do that allow for certain types of people and ideologies to take root within their community. And it's not everybody's like responsibility to like cull their YouTube audience. But I think that like anytime that I'm on somebody else's platform, I just have to like brace myself for people to be really transphobic or weird about gender. And so, it's not my community to manage, not my business, not my problem. So. Breeze, I really hope that you're... Yeah, LMAO, the self-reporters. Breeze, please say sarcasm. And please say sarcasm. Because, like, I don't know you, so I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not. I am subject to... The last time that we had someone be sarcastic in the chat, it turns out they weren't sarcastic and they were actually like a white supremacist that were like... They were like getting into like Aryan preservation ideology and like espousing that in my chat. I'm trans. Okay, cool. Okay. Like I thought that somebody was being hella sarcastic and like joking, and it turns out they were like fully like a Nazi in the chat. So I'm scarred from that. I'm so sorry. But yes. Oh, fuck. Agree. Anyway, sorry. Totally derailed this. Sorry. I was mocking transphobes. I realized that could be bad. Yeah. No, I get you. We just had a the Popper's paradox of tolerance. I'm so happy to hear it. Yeah. Nazis playing Elden Ring like Marika seems really cool. God damn it. Okay. So M submitted this. When we get the lucidity spell in the inverted tower after defeating Preceptor Miriam, the fact that it alleviates sleep buildup is kind of suspicious, and I think it adds to your theory about the Carians messing around in the inverted tower to maybe gain access to the Shadow Realm. I saw Sekiro Doobie also talk about this. That's cool. I didn't realize that he talked about it. That's awesome. Also, wait, hold on. Sorry, my camera's in the way. I didn't realize that he talked about this. I think that this is like a really cool find, and I think that it definitely like, I don't know. I am about this because specifically that person that is sitting in the Church of the Cuckoo in the DLC promotional images, they definitely look like the person who is in the inverted hourglass, the cuckoo that also sits in the Church of the Cuckoo in Raya Lucaria. It's upright in the Church of Raya Lucaria, or sorry, the Church of the Cuckoo, and then we get the inverted statue to place in the Carian study hall later in the game. That person does look like this new NPC, is what I'm trying to say. I'm like long-winded. I think it's great. It's cool. Love to see it. It's great. Yes, somebody said, I hate that neo-Nazis get Norse rune tattoos. Yeah, it's like white supremacy is like deeply entrenched with stealing a lot of pagan ideology and like neo-paganism is rooted in that, and it sucks because there's actual neo-pagans who are not white supremacists. And there was like this really my partner and I listened to this band. They introduced me to the band Wolves in the Throne Room, who are practicing pagans, and they use a lot of Norse imagery, like the black sun and a bunch of other stuff that had been co-opted by the Nazi movement. And so when you listen to black metal or you listen to that genre of music that has roots in neo-paganism, it can be really sketch because you don't know if the artists that you're supporting are neo-Nazis or not. But they have a really wonderful interview about what their spirituality means to them and that white supremacy is bad. And they actively call it out and say that it's tragic that their belief system was co-opted by white supremacists in that movement. And so it's good. It's good. It's cool to look back and have a new perspective on certain things, realizing the DLC has always been part of the story. Yes, Sensu, that's how it felt with the Bloodborne DLC. I feel like Miyazaki, when he did Artorias and Manus, we got that a little bit. I feel like Ulusil was awesome to witness. And I feel like seeing Artorias' struggle against the Abyss was like a really cool way to deep dive the past, like past events, and how they then impact parts of the story. But I feel like there wasn't as big of like a reveal as Orphan Koss and Koss's body being desecrated by the scholars of Bergenworth. I think that was one of the biggest reveals that they've done. I think that Miyazaki's gotten a lot better about like Miyazaki's gotten a lot better about revealing the drama. He's gotten a lot better about revealing a lot of stuff, which is awesome. Ulusil. Ulusil, babes. Oh shit. There's Agorapop, there's the black sun that was invented by the Nazis, but it actually pulls from imagery. Like the black sun as a concept is a Nazi thing, but it pulls from eclipse imagery and other imagery from other cultures. So it sucks. But like if you're using the term the black sun, it is associated with like Nazism now. But eclipses are things that are used in art, period. So if somebody depicts like an eclipse or some kind of like black like sun aesthetic, it's not always associated with the Nazi black sun, is what I'm trying to say. Okay, wait, the reveal that Artorias' legend was actually your legend was a great reveal. Yes, I feel like it was a good reveal, but it wasn't as, it didn't reveal the origins of like a particular curse or a particular, it just did like a cool time loop. But I feel like the origin of the Pale Blood and like the curse that Orphan Koss and like the nightmare that Koss perpetuated, how it then ties in with this like theme of the ambition of evolution, the ambition of Western scholars trying to achieve transcendence. That I feel like wrapped up in a different way because it supported the themes and the motifs of Bloodborne. It like supported the big gut punch of like Western academia and philosophy and spirituality allows certain groups to justify their own agendas and cause suffering to others if it means that they get to transcend. It's very much like the colonialist ideologies being supported by internal belief systems, and whether or not they deserve transcendence, that then encourages them to inflict pain on others. It's like I feel like that like wrapped itself up and felt way more like a gut punch as opposed to just like, oh, you're a part of Manus and Artorias's, plot. You're like intrinsically tied to the Abyss. Who's Quaylog? I subscribed to Elon Musk's Tesla giveaway, not this. How did you hack Elon's account? Okay, let's continue. Let's continue. I liked how it very blatantly cast doubt upon the heroes of Lord Rin's past, allows you to question Gwyn and those coattails he's writing. Yeah, I liked that too. I like that too. Do you think Puppet Ronnie needs to eat food? Does it have internal organs? No. It's like fully like an actual puppet that just houses a ghost. There's no internal organs. God damn it. Okay, so not necessarily new, but I was just looking at the environment, and these statues around Landel appear to depict a burned man and this young tree. Could this possibly tie into the theory that the tree was burned once before? So Doomed, Creatine, so this I definitely feel is associated with a lot of the prophets in the game, because there is like the prophets who have visions or dreams. They're the prophets that wear yellow. It's the prophet starting class that we get to start as. It is weird to me that these people seem so ingrained in like Landel's culture. I don't know if it's weird. It's so weird because like there's definitely fire on some of these statues. There's definitely like images of the tree burning on a lot of these statues, and it's odd that like given Marika's agenda at suppressing these visions and suppressing this kind of like worship of tree burning, that these statues exist around the capital. It is odd. I've always thought these statues are quite odd. Yeah, they're everywhere when I walk around Landel. It's so weird because you figure that like if burning the tree is heretical, you would figure that depictions of burning the tree are also heretical. But I've always like thought these are quite interesting. The great tree was burned and Marika nursed a sapling that grew into the Erd tree. Yeah, I think that so the way that I perceive some of the like Omenborn stuff and some of the Old Palace Ruin stuff is I definitely think that like there's this cycle of trees that are cultivated and taken care of, and those trees are like the zeitgeist of that era or like the political system and spirituality of that era. And then once that era comes to an end, they're burned, and then when a new ruler takes over or when a new society kind of takes root, we get a new tree and like a new society. But we have Marika who wants her tree and her era to be immortal, and so burning of the tree is not allowed, death is not allowed, the rune of dust and death is not allowed, the death of the gods is not allowed. Like a lot of the things that seem to be a normal thing in the Lands Between are now banned. And so like we see the ancestral followers doing, I think they're the most important NPCs. They're like my thing that I reference all the time because I think that they establish the normal like laws of the Lands Between, like outside of the Erd tree. And their whole culture is like focusing on making trees and cultivating trees. So we have things outside of the Golden Order that show that like trees can be burned and trees can be created. And so don't tell me what to do. Marika is the goddess of no. Marika hates fun. Also, let's change. Let's change, I want memories of school. No, wait, hold on, wait. Where is... This is fine. But I also want memories of the city. Do I want memories of the city? This sounds kind of slow. No, this sounds too sad. Memories of school. Okay, anyway. God forbid deathbirds have hobbies. Why so much emphasis on celestial bodies such as the moon and the stars, but not the sun? I definitely have my own theory about that. I think... Okay, so here's my non-spoiler I'm gonna say this from the perspective of somebody that, like, this was my opinion before I saw the preview, and this is my opinion after I've seen the preview. I think that the Kingdom of the Sun, which we see in the Sun Shield, hold on, let me pull it up. Wait, what am I doing? Sun Shield, Elden Ring. Oh, it's gonna give me Bing. God damn it. It's gonna give me fucking Bing. Fucking Vex Your Life and fucking Bing. I hate it here. Shield of Honor depicting a city crowned by the sun. It's seen better days. Much like the wear on this shield, the seat of the sun has long since faded away. I think that the seat of the sun may be associated with the previous era and with the Omen, personally. Because what's his face? Dung Eater has the sun pendant around him as like a depiction of punishment. And then on the Wicker Man bosses, we have the weird sun that's depicted on there with the omen horns going around it. So I'm getting, so far from those two things, I'm getting that the sun is related to Omen specifically. And I think the Omen and Fire Giants, it seems like. I think, I don't know. Wait, what is somebody asking? What's that chat on her screen? Where is that at? It's on my end. It's just like Twitch and YouTube. It's for my sanity. Omen as trees doing photosynthesis. Yeah. And then Crucible being anything that is a container. So like literally like the jar boys or like the trees or anything that acts as a container that gets heated up. We also found that right card after he eats all the bodies, as a big snake, he curls up and he sits on like a pool of magma. And then we also see Alexander sit in a pool of magma after he eats Radon. And a crucible is like anything that acts as a container where it is then heated and then things get mixed together and life gets melded together. The microwave safe crucible. Yes. That's what I think. That's what I think. The sun symbol on the Wickerman could have also been used to mock the Omen civilization. I agree, Puff. I actually stated that because the Wickermen also have the fire giant effigies on the side of it. It definitely looks like it is in mockery because the Roman centurions and Mesmer being Roman-esque, the Romans fought against the Celtic druids who used Wickermen. So it definitely is used in mockery, for sure. I have a whole video on that. Sorry to ask again, but whose orders were the Black Knives who attacked Blythe and Aegeon? Maybe the Eternal Cities? Yeah, maybe the Eternal Cities or Marika. I'm not quite sure. That's not ever stated anywhere in the game, and we can only speculate. But like, we do know that they were associated with Marika at some point in history, but like, you know, fucking who knows? Oh my god, that really backs up your Crucible brain rot rant video that went back to Dark Souls. Oh my god, yeah, that brain rot video is like my Joker origin story. But I still like 100% feel the same way. All things can be conjoined, I feel, but it's going to pop up a lot more. Heresy is but a contrivance. 100%. I gave myself one scroll all the way through the progress bar of Vati's DLC gameplay vid. I subconsciously have seen it. I love that vid. I'm glad you like it. It's my favorite one that we've worked on. I watched Iron Pineapple's vid and it sounds like there will be more Warrior Jar lore too. Yeah, and I think that all of that's going to tie into the Crucible. I might do like there's a couple things that I want to do. A couple video ideas that I want to do. I know I'm behind on YouTube videos, but I want to make a video like Crucible Part 2 speculation. So yeah, hi Quaylog, that PvP day you hosted the other day was so fun. I wanted to let you know. Thank you so much. Every Tuesday we're going to be doing PvP Baby Tuesday. Not to detract from lore talk, but what weapons that we've seen so far are you most excited for? Oh my gosh. Okay, wait. Are you guys okay if I talk about weapons? Put like a 1 in the chat if you're okay with me talking about weapons. Put a 2 in the chat if you're not okay with me talking about weapons. Because there are some preview weapons. Shrug. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay, they're all good. Yes, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay, okay, okay. Two, we have 1, 2. We have 1, 2. I'm so sorry, Calyx. I'm so sorry, Calyx. I'm so sorry. Calyx, you might want to... Anybody that is a 2, please mute. Yeah, or leave. Yes, please mute or leave. These are specific weapon types. These are not weapon lore. I'm going to be really careful not to get into weapon lore. Parachute out. Everybody parachute out. Everybody parachute out. Close your eyes. I'm going to talk about DLC weapons right now. I'm going to talk about DLC weapons right now, so if you do not want to hear them, I'm giving you a warning to mute or clock out for like 5 or 10 minutes. There is a couple of weapons that I'm excited to try out that I think I'm going to move some stats around on my character to manage. So for those of you that know, we are currently doing Burpo Reloaded, and Burpo is a perfumer character that we started on PC like a while ago, before we even knew about any of the preview stuff. I was making a poison-based character that was going to focus specifically on perfumes because I was inspired by Patch's burping skill, because he has like that burp perfume, or that poison burp. But yeah, there is a weapon specifically for perfumers that's coming out. That is like a faster paced perfume. Yeah, so hold on, wait. Okay, so for those of you that have muted, I'll post in the chat when I'm done. Oh wait, I don't know why I said when I'm done. So yeah, perfume weapon type, which I'm excited about. So that's going to be cool. There's also beast claws, which are a lot like the Bloodborne beast claws. So you get a lot of really cool flippy animations. So for those of you that are like Horalu stands or Farah Missoula stands, you're going to have your moment. And I'm really excited about that. There's also, like, this is a previous weapon type. Obviously, the crossbows go crazy, but I'm excited for the new machine gun crossbow. Like, the rapid-fire crossbow is going to be crazy. I'm also excited for... yeah, there's, like, a lot of dual-type weapons. So we have, like, new dual swords. We have new, like, dual axes. Some, like, really cool... Now you can cosplay as, like, Nightgale. Yeah. It's sick. It's sick. I'm so excited. Martial arts look insane. We're, like... It's making some of my builds... I might have to respec some of my builds. I might have to. I've been thinking about making the Crucible Knight character. So we have a Crucible Knight character. We have our Heretical Death Magic character. But I'm almost like, I don't know. I just feel like quality and dex builds are going to be eating this DLC. They get all the cool shit so far. At least all the weapons, the new weapons and stuff. Obviously, there's going to be spells and incantations that haven't been revealed to us yet. But I feel like quality builds out there are going to eat. All of you Dex quality people, it's going to be annoying. You guys are going to be so annoying. There are going to be so many Kratos cosplays. Yeah, I know. I just hope there's cool Carrion stuff. Me too. Also, like, y'all know, for those of you that watched the preview trailer, y'all know some of the Carrion stuff that has come to light, which is like, not what I was hoping for, but also like so dramatic. I'm not going to say what it is explicitly for people that are like, for those of you that are in the chat, don't post about it. But there is some stuff, like, I'm hoping we get primordial glintstone stuff. I'm hoping we get more heretical witch magic, Selene stuff. But there's some political drama. There's some political drama that's happening with the Carians that like I'm excited to learn about. So yeah. Anyway, I'm done. I'm done. I'm making sure that I'm careful about spoilers. I want to be really careful. Still don't know who the Carrion was in the first trailer either. Yeah. I'm still speculating that that is going to be related to the hourglass. Yeah, I'm excited. Do you know who the Amber Shard that we are sent to get for Celavis is? Oh wait, sorry. Do you know if that Ember Shard that we are sent to get for Celavis is related to Miquella? It's literally his fate. We need to kill Radon to release Miquella's fate, so that's why Miquella fought him, or Melina fought him. A lot of people, so Lior, Bree Bun on Twitch is actually doing a playthrough where they take the Amber Starlight and they take some of Celavis's quest items with them into the DLC to see if there's like any kind of unique dialogue or item action. And I think I might do that with Burpo as well. Yeah, Lior, I'm so sorry if you were spamming that message. I'm so sorry if I didn't get to you. It's been difficult. My hair. Thank you, Fanta. Thank you. It's definitely like greasy. Haven't washed it hair today. I need to give my skin and my hair a break. We're in gamer brine mode. Yes, but there's some of us that are going into the DLC with the Amber Drought, and I feel like that's going to be important. Okay. Oh, okay, wait, I have a crackpot theory, but this is my mind map around some feelings regarding the Sun Realm and the Frenzied Flame. Let's see if I have access to it, because sometimes Miro... Oh, hello, Ulysseal. Hello. What's up? Okay. I might actually be with you on this. Also, hold on, wait, I'm seeing something on here. There is going to be one... Hold on. Before we get into it, I just covered something with my camera on this board. There is going to be a name reveal of the city that is being laid siege to. So for those of you that want to be blind to what the city name is, please check out for this one. But I feel like for the most part... No, it's okay, Ulysselian. I just want to like be sensitive. I'm trying to be so good. I'm trying to be so good to the community right now, but it's so hard. We know the name because of the preview. We know the name of the new city that's in the story trailer. Does the city name have any implications? Not to any of the in-game lore, but it does have some implications regarding linguistics and mythology, which is what this person is getting into. So for those of you that want to discover that yourself, please mute or check out for this one. I'm so sorry. But Ulysseal, I'm with you. I see you and you're right. You're right. I'll listen, I suppose. Okay, so for those of you that are still here and that are okay hearing the reveal, the city that the Omen and the Omen in this game are called Hornsent. They're distinguished in this culture from Omen, and they're seen as obviously, and I've talked about this in the DLC story trailer reveal, it's very clear that this culture, and also in there's an interview with Miyazaki where he says that this culture has its own religious practices and it has its own city. So it's very clear that this culture is not in a state of oppression until Mesmer marches on it in the story trailer. So this city is called Belurat, the tower settlement. And I talked about it before. The city is Roman inspired. But there were also a lot of like different groups that settled in Western Rome that had different practices. There was also some like, I don't know. It's not one-to-one with history, so I'm not going to try to like go there because like I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong in the chat. I know that there were some like the Vandals and there were some other groups that settled West Rome. I don't think the Celts ever settled in West Rome. Can a historian check me really quick? I don't think the Celts were ever involved, but I know that it was kind of just like a mixture of, yeah, there was the Gauls, the Vandals, where was it? The Visigoths, yeah, the Goths. I don't believe they did. So I think that like the references to a lot of the Celtic belief systems are more of just like we're looking at the Roman Crusades. We're not looking at a particular Roman, what I'm trying to get at is we're not looking at a particular Roman war. We're not looking at the settlement or the schism. We're looking at just in general how Rome treated the Druids, the Celts, and other tribes in the surrounding areas. The Celts were in England, right? So the Celts actually like migrated a lot. Northern France region, yes. So they were there before Rome, yes. So hold on, let me show. Oh, we're gonna get fucking... I don't, hold on, wait. Travel? There's like a easier way for me to get into this. I used to have a map of, migration. Celtic migration. Sorry, y'all. Yeah, there were a lot of like, I don't know, there's a lot of movement between all the different tribes. It's so fucked. It's so fucked. It's like, I almost out of heat stroke. What did I miss? The Celts even invaded Rome. Oh, okay, wait, the Celts were everywhere. Okay, so they did invade Rome. Were the Celts near the Gauls then? Yes, that's the map you linked. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Okay, so as the Bronze Age in Ireland drew to a close, there appeared in Ireland new cultural influence, the developing in the Alps of Central Europe. This website is fucking awful. Okay, wait. The Celts spread their culture across modern-day Germany and France and into the Balkans as far as Turkey. They arrived in Britain and Ireland around 500 BC. Within a few hundred years, Ireland's Bronze Age culture had all but disappeared, and Celtic culture was in place across the entire island. But yeah, anyway. Oh, Coop. Graphic design, my beloved. Yeah, ancient website. It's not awful, it's quirky. It's GeoCities, I love it. Time capsule, website. Okay, wait, Romans invaded Gaul so they could have soap and pants. Hold on, let me get Coop. Yeah, so the Celts were in a lot more places than I think people knew. C++ Pog. Okay, wait, so the Celts had one major advantage. They discovered iron. Iron had been introduced to the Celtic peoples in Europe around 1000 to 700 BC, thus giving them the technological edge to spread as they did. Iron was far superior metal to bronze, being stronger and more durable. On the other hand, it required much hotter fires to extract it from its ore, and it took a fair degree of skill to use iron. None of this is to be taken to mean that bronze fell out of use. Rather, iron simply became an alternative metal, and many bronze objects had been found that were made in the Iron Age. Whether or not the Celts' arrival in Ireland was an actual invasion or a more gradual assimilation is open to question. On one hand, the Celts, who were by no means pacifists, must have arrived in a sufficiently large numbers to obliterate the existing culture in Ireland within a few hundred years. Blah, 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 blah. So yeah. There's a lot of, like, Celtic stuff that's being referenced. We've talked about this before. Anyway, let's get back to it. So, the Sun Tower. We were talking about the seat of the sun and the Sun Kingdom in Elden Ring. We have the Celtic god of fire and light, healing and sun, the god of chaos, and the great will of God being order, the sun itself, the sun realm, the shadow realm, blah, 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 blah. But yeah, Bel in Belinus, and then there's Ziggurat. So there's Bellerot, the tower settlement. We talked about this before. So the actual city of Bellerot is Roman in architecture, but it's referencing Mesopotamian culture. So the spiral columns, the spiral pillars, the Solomonic columns were specific to Rome, specifically late Rome, but are referencing Jerusalem. So we have a Roman civilization, or like a civilization in the Mediterranean referencing Mesopotamia. So the naming conventions make sense that they're referencing Mesopotamia. Does that, do you guys, are you guys following? It's a little confusing because history is just like the odd exchange of ideas. But yeah, Bellerot comes from that. Quelaag streams are like walking through the front door of a GameStop and ending up on the inside of a history museum. But yeah, it's very weird that the Golden Order is gold considering the sun is actually seen as gold or yellow. I think that there was definitely an era... Oh wait, how much do I need to donate to get you a glass of water? I keep looking down and I'm like, cold brew. I need to go get water. I think the tree, the Erd tree, being the source of light in the lands between at this point. Obviously, we do have a sun, but it is so tiny. It's like a peanut. But all of the sunflowers face the Erd tree. And like, sunflowers typically face the sun. So it's bizarre. When you say Rome, do you mean the empire as a whole or the city? No, I mean the city. I'm talking about the city Rome, because we're talking about Roman architecture and art specifically. But then when I'm referring to like Bellerot, for example, I'm referring to the architecture that late Rome was using at the time. So the Solomonic columns are super important, and I actually want to talk about them today because I think that we're getting some column lore, because there's two holy pillars that are the divine gate that I think is being referenced multiple times in the game. And the high priestess from like the tarot is being referenced. We're getting a lot. So is omen a sort of a slur to the horn scent? I think so, but I think it's weird. Like the omen-born definitely have horns, but their bodies look different. Like the horn scent look like they have normal human bodies with just horns on their heads, but the omen almost have like misbegotten aesthetics too. I am like getting that there is some kind of like sacred entity that was like being sent down to the shadow realm, and like there is something going on there. Omen IRL does not mean good or ill. Shrug. Yeah, exactly. Omen is like... they're different, but I don't think they are. Isn't it funny how there's a civilization that considers horns to be sacred? I mean, like, we knew about this, because the Crucible, not Talisman. I've been screaming about this from, like, all my early videos. I was like, the aspects of the Crucible were seen as holy, and that's why I thought that the misbegotten praying at the Halig tree was so tragic, because these are entities that should be accepted by greater society, but then they were enslaved, and so now they wish to be reborn and not be the way that they are, which is shitty, because like they should be like happy with the way that they are. But it's because of the structure of society that makes them hate themselves. It's fucked. It's fucked. Maybe the suppression of the crucible aspects lead to the buildup and overflow like the pus of man in Dark Souls 3. I think that yeah, they're the omen of the crucible, are they not? I think so. But that would mess up the omen timeline. I don't think it would, because very clearly we have there's not really like an omen timeline in the game. We just have a timeline in which the Golden Order deems omen as a curse. But I do think that the omen always existed, because it talks about how the aspects of the crucible, which are horns, existed before in early society. So I think that horns and aspects of the crucible were always a thing. The horn scent could have cursed Marika into having Mogan Morgott. Maybe the horns, maybe the way that the horns grow actually matters. Potentially. So like, this is where it gets so weird, because like there's obviously very clear language that differentiates the omen and the misbegotten, but I almost feel like Mogan Morgott share so much in common with the misbegotten and with aspects of the crucible. They have wings, like the little tiny baby wings on their back, the little chicken nugget wings, and then they have tails, and then they have horns, which are all aspects of the crucible. Like, I don't know how different things actually are, because linguistically these differences could have been imposed on them by the Golden Order, and we don't know. And it's like, I think that the Crucible not talisman are like, is like so damning. It's like so damning to me. Hey Quaylog, I just saw the podcast with you and Ratman. Yay, I'm glad that you guys liked it. I'm so glad that you guys had fun with it. I know I was like a nervous mess at the beginning of it, and I was like stuttering and saying like a lot. Thank you for bearing with me. I'm kind of new to your lives and videos, but have you spoken before about the choice of the word crucible itself? Yes! Skylar, I have a whole video. So for people that are new to my content, crucible in Japanese is rutsubo, which is like the romanization. What is the word? It's just like English, but in Japanese, it only has one meaning, which is a container. And I definitely think, given all the blacksmithy imagery and like all of the creation myth stuff that we have in Dark Souls too, with like the kiln of the first flame and the tree houses the kiln, like typically the kiln of the first flame is like propped up on top of the tree. I think that their creation myth in Elden Ring and the creation myth in Dark Souls has a lot to do with like artistic creation. So like in a kiln, you get to make pots and you get to fire ceramics. But inside the Yggdrasil, it's like a blacksmithy forge where you alter like hot metal, which is the Elden Ring. And you're able to change the metaphysical laws of reality with the ring. But I think the crucible is typically any container that houses tons of people or souls or memories or ideas or bodies. So, for example, the pots, any pot that's like heated up with metal is a crucible. I think there's the crucible. I think there's like a main one that influences the world, but whether or not it's the tree itself or a pot, I kind of go back and forth. Like, I'm not quite sure anymore. It could be a pot in which all life, like the sap from like the dead bodies pours into. It could be the tree itself, which is like a mass amount of dead bodies. It could be any container with like lots of ideas and memories and thoughts and souls is the crucible. But in the game, it talks about how it's the primordial matter that makes up the Earth Tree. So I think it could be referring to the sap, or it could be referring to the piles of bodies that we see in the story trailer. It could be referring to a bunch of stuff. What if the flame of ruin is a slur? I think it might be. Also, I can't read, I can't understand you. I'm sorry. I don't have like a translation for you. I'm so sorry. The shadow of Western organized religion is Western paganism. That's true, Crowbro. Go off, say it louder. And paganism acknowledges life and death, rot, weather cycles, agricultural cycles. Paganism acknowledges like aspects of nature. What is the Skadu tree? We don't, to be honest, I feel like Crowbro just answered it. I think it's like a belief system. I think it's two different conflicting belief systems. The Skibbity tree. Any idea where the word Skadu comes from? I think, yeah, isn't it Welsh to mean shadow? It literally means shadow. Howdy, Lady Quaylog, chat and mods, tuning in from Chile, South Africa. It's an onion, is what it is. Hello. Given the bodies that we see in the catacombs and the root resin, the Erd tree bruises and all that jazz, plus what we see in the DLC trailer, I would say it has to do with life force. I agree with you. Isn't it Swedish or something? Anyway, sorry, hold on. I just saw Ulysseal move in the background over here. I totally haven't finished going through. Okay, so what they were saying is that Sun Tower refers to... So, sorry, we have the shield that has a depicting a sun and a tower. Sun Tower is what Belurot Tower Settlement means. So the word bell, presumably, hold on, let me get... This is Bel, god of fire, sun, and healing. Belinus is an ancient Celtic healing god. The cult of Belinus stretched from the Italian peninsula. Hey, so that would be like roughly where we're located in the British Isles, with a main sanctuary. So let me get to historical cult. Sorry, I'm like fully just reading right now. So yeah, anyway, what we're trying to get at is that Bel could be related to the Celtic god of fire, light, healing, and sun. Belurot could be the tower settlement or the sun realm that's referenced in the sun realm shield. There is the shadow realm. The outer god heirloom, engraved with the lore of an outer god, raises arcane. The clan, who lost everything in the great fires, peered upon the corpse of their ancestor, normally an act of sanctity, and saw in its shadow a twisted deity. The clan had suffered such torment that the horrible thing was taken as an object of worship. So we're getting... Also, too, to like chime into this, the three fingers and like some of the Frenzied Flame imagery like absolutely does look like the sun. Like it looks like the Frenzied Flame is like a twisted aspect of the sun. And I've always wondered if like the sun was sealed away at some point. Ulysseal, okay, tinfoil hat on. Ulysseal, I am like fully with you. I'm fully with you. But like I also want to say too, we don't have enough evidence for me to say that this is for sure, obviously. But I've always thought this. I've always thought this because of the dialogue that Hieta and Shabriri say. Bellum is war in Latin, but so Tom bringing this up, the Hornset and the Wickerman are Celtic, and so the reason why we're looking at Celtic words is because we're seeing Celtic representation. So that's why we're focusing on that there. For those of you that are wondering why we're looking at Celtic belief systems in particular, it's because we're seeing Celtic things being represented. There's also Latin things being represented, to be fair. So I'm totally okay with that popping up. But like, I'm really honing in on some of the sun imagery with the Wicker Man, because the Wicker Man is both Celtic and the sun is being depicted. We're getting, everything that we're getting is like, wait, another fun connection with that is the Akkadian word of bel, meaning lord. Yes. But we're getting a lot of sun related imagery, and we're getting a lot of Celtic related imagery. So the Celtic sun god having Bel in its name also kind of makes sense. Also, hold on, Cooper's like, are you sick? Are you sitting weird? Here, let me get you down. Yeah, it's very, very well be a deliberate multi-layered burrito of lore, 100%. So something that me and Luke... Hold on, sorry. As soon as I put him down, he gets pissed. Okay, as something that me and Loki talked about, because, hold on. Because, like, obviously, Miyazaki, before he was, a lot of the script in the game is English, starting off, but, like, as far as English wordplay, it's like difficult for us to discern with Dark Souls, because Dark Souls natively, like the item descriptions are written in Japanese. So like Loki was talking about how with those games, he's able to prioritize Japanese. But because the mythology is written by George R.R. Martin in this instance, it's very likely that some of this English wordplay is more intentional than in previous games. So it's like a lot more disorienting, I think, than normal. Okay, wait, sorry, what did Spy say? If you stick around and we get to know you well enough and you're chill, you might still... Yeah. The Discord is a little bit weird. Discord situation is weird. How much influence on the lore do you think George R.R. Martin has? So it has been confirmed in like multiple interviews that he wrote the entire 5,000 year story leading up to the Shattering War, and then Miyazaki then wrote the Shattering War and like the main instances, like the present conflict in the game that we're experiencing, but everything leading up to that. So most of the mythology that the DLC has to do with is also George R.R. Martin's story. Is this whole game just an analogy of Christianity versus indigenous cultures? I think it's not just Christianity blanket statement. I think it's particularly late Rome against... I think it's... So, like, if you guys want me to just, like, give a blanket, like, statement on what I think the game is trying to get at, I think that it's trying to get at Western suffering within spirituality. And, like, we, I think, as a culture in the West, perpetually suffer because our roots are, like, rooted in, like, colonization and suffering and a bunch of other stuff. Lucille's like, please, please. God of Chaos, to the greater will being the God of Order. Yeah, so I kind of wonder for this, because Hayera and Shabriri were saying that everything used to belong to each other, and we talked about this on Rat's podcast today. Hold on, I have to take the earpiece out, the music out, because this is actually super complicated for me to talk about, and I want to make sure that I'm portraying it correctly, because this is Eastern philosophy. But in Eastern philosophy, there's this idea that consciousness and disparity, like language and consciousness, our ability to record ideas and thought and be aware of our circumstances and be aware of opposing concepts, is like part of the root of suffering. And so it's not until we understand and recognize disparity that we then recognize suffering to some degree. It's way more nuanced than that. Like, it's not that we experience suffering because of language. Obviously, like, before written word happened, there was suffering, obviously. But the philosophy is pretty much just the idea that we understand ourselves and our circumstances allows us to acknowledge and witness our suffering. It's a whole thing. And so we have a lot of our creation myths in the West happen to focus on creation coming from disparity. Like, in the Bible, there's like, first there was nothing, and then there was light and dark, and in Greek mythology, there's time and space. In Norse mythology, there's heat and cold. There's like the Song of Ice and Fire. There's opposing concepts, heating and cooling, and time passing, and space existing, that allow for things to like form and exist. And it's always been kind of like the kickoff of creation myths are this idea of like disparity. So there's like a lot of neat stuff happening there. And so Rat today was asking me, so we were talking about the Frenzied Flame in nature, and we were talking about whether or not Shabriri is like lying. And I was saying that like, I don't think that Shabriri and Hyetta are lying to us about the circumstances of the One Great, or all things once being one thing. I think that they were referencing a particular era of the Elden Ring in which opposing concepts both existed, but they existed acknowledging each other, and that there was a point in which they were separated. But that because Marika has like committed that already, like Marika has committed to that, and it is what it is, we can't go back in time. And so the way to resolve it is to like burn everything down. And it's not necessarily, he was asking me, do you think it's like a restart? Do you think that this is like, if by burning the Erd Train, choosing the Frenzied Flame ending, that we restart? And I would say, no. I think that obviously nothing ceases to exist forever. There's always something in the universe. But as far as like the lands between and the structure of the tree and the laws and the politics and life as we know it within the lands between, all of it is gone. And if something new happens, it'll be something completely separate. And like, who's to say that history won't repeat itself with this new life that pops up? But that's beside the point. The point is just simply that you are destroying everything to cope with the despair and the disasters and the curses and the pain and the suffering that have already like happened. But I do think that at one point, Hyetta and Shabriri are right about history. And I think that's why they're, specifically Shabriri is charged with being a liar. Because I think that he's pointing out that chaos and order may have been one balancing entity at one point, and that death and destruction and like decomposition and things related to that are separated away. And so then there's just order and life and abundance, and nobody's dying, or like Marika and her age isn't dying, and it's during this disparity and this separation that things get out of whack. Does that make sense? I hope I'm making sense. Agreed. I think the Frenzied Flame ending always seems like a child flipping the game board when they're losing. Yeah, like I definitely think the Frenzied Flame ending is acknowledging that we can't go back and have things be the way they were, because Marika's already done what she's done. And I think that the kind of mentality or the justification of the Frenzied Flame ending, even though I don't agree with it, is that when you see suffering, or if you're experiencing suffering like the Frenzied Caravan is experiencing, that then life shouldn't continue in this capacity for anybody. It's not just like, I don't know, it's like, yeah, there are people who are losing within this system, and I don't know if amending the system is ever going to like fix it. We talked about this on stream before. We talked about it on stream before, which is kind of like should you break the wheel or do you try to amend it? And we have some people in the chat that are fully like, break the wheel. You can't amend it. You can't fix a system that was like fundamentally designed to like hurt or oppress people. But then there's people that are hopeful, that are like, no, like things are the way they are, and so we have to figure out some kind of solution. And I think this is very much up to the player. But I do think that the Frenzied Flame, I think that Melina begging us that life still persists despite suffering and that we should find a way, I think that is a little bit of Miyazaki showing his hand. I think that there's definitely some kind of message that's being said there about hope and faith despite suffering. And I think that despite how dark Miyazaki's games are, that's what makes them a little optimistic, if that makes sense. View the wheel from the side, fix the shelf. Yeah, I mean, that's what Miquella is trying to do, right? Well, there's like, yeah, sorry. There's like pessimistic nihilism, and then there's, to respond to the conversation about nihilism in the chat, there's pessimistic nihilism. There's that meme that everybody shows of like the person skateboarding, like nothing matters, sad, and then like nothing matters, do a kickflip. Like there's different, I feel like as time has progressed, there's been different forms of how people interpret nihilism for sure. It's giving, yeah, it's giving. Nihilism is just a privilege. I don't feel like it is a privileged position. I think that sometimes, so we've talked about this before on this stream too. I've talked about Thich Nhat Hanh. He's a Buddhist monk who is in Vietnam, and he was talking about how when the Buddhists were in Vietnam trying to help the locals rebuild their villages, the United States would bomb the villages 4 to 5 times after they would rebuild them. And he was saying how easy it is to give in to despair and to feel like nobody deserves anything and that all things are nothing is gonna get fixed and life will never progress. And if this kind of cruelty exists within humanity, humanity should cease. It's really easy when you are in the trenches to not be able to see the ending of suffering when that's all you're experiencing. He is an incredible speaker, and I definitely want to encourage people to check him out. But like his whole experience in Vietnam is like incredible. He talks about not giving into despair despite constantly witnessing genocide, and I feel like for people that are like active right now, I think that it's something that applies to like the present currently. So yeah, it's heavy stuff. I don't even think it's like Uriel. It wasn't even a matter of brainwashing, because a lot of Vietnamese people couldn't even understand what was happening. They were just getting blown up. So it's not even brainwashing. It's just experiencing extreme trauma, like happening to you immediately in real time. And I think that the Wandering Caravan kind of like embodies that. We don't see them being treated. It's not like they were told anything by the Golden Order. They were just like, it's like you're rounded up and you're buried alive. So it's easy to kind of like despair when you're in that circumstance. Number 1 lesson of Souls games is that with persistence we can overcome difficulty. Yeah, and that's literally like Thich Nhat Hanh as like a speaker, what he talks about regarding despair, and how to not despair. It's like huge. It's definitely like, yeah, people in the chat. Thank you for posting it. But it's interesting. I've always felt that Miyazaki shares Thich Nhat Hanh's sentiments, and at first I was like, I don't know if he actually knows who this person is. I have no confirmation, because obviously a lot of the philosophers that he references are Western. So I had no idea if he's familiar with that monk at all. But then Armored Core 6 has a lot to do with Vietnam, and I was like, oh shit, okay. Shit. Plus, the whole reason Vietnam was split in half is because America and France couldn't decide who got to be in charge of the country, so instead they split it half and half. It was imperialism turned up to 11. Yeah. 100%. But yeah, interesting shit. Western history, blah, blah, blah. I keep getting distracted because, Lucille, your Miro brain rot is, like, too effective. We're branching off into things that fully have nothing to do with your theory, and I'm so sorry. But it's because your theory cooks too hard. See you, Jay. Have a good one. Miyazaki at least gives the impression through his art that he's extremely well studied. Okay, anyway. Hey, yes, let's go. Okay, what was borrowed must be returned. Hieta. There's also, I would definitely encourage you, if you could put the dialogue from Hieta and Shibriri right here, it'd cook. Okay, wait. Too long didn't read. The Shadow Realm is the Sun Realm. The Frenzied Flame is what's left after the sun, and the majority of its grace and light was stolen by Marika and the Greater Will during the Erd Tree and Skadu Tree Genesis event. Thank you for reading this. Stay awesome. Yes! That's okay. So my money's on this theory. We don't know enough yet. But my money, Ulysses and I are going to be like dying on this hill when it turns out we're totally wrong. What is borrowed must be returned is very fey. Do I have access to this? Can I add to this? I'm sorry. I'm like pooping on your Miro board, but I'm freaking out right now because you're so right. This is so true. Hold on. Okay. No. We're fully Frenzied Flame pilled right now, y'all. Oops. I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Okay, so this is what the Three Fingers says. Okay, so this is Hieta, and the Three Fingers. This is her deciphering the three fingers. Three Fingers is very Kaith coded. And then I'm gonna put Shibriri here. Okay, wait, hold on. Those who give me groups become... Okay. Okay, so let's go to Shibriri. Da-da-da. Okay. Na. Okay, so then this is Shibriri talking about the Erd Tree and like the nature of disparity and how the Erd Tree is all that divides and distinguishes. So this is... Okay. And then I want to get, what is Shibriri's roast? It is said the man named Shibriri had his eyes gouged out as punishment for the crime of slander. So hold on. I'm gonna poop. Like, it's very clear that he was cooking. It's clear he had his eyes gouged out and he was punished because he was cooking. That's all I'm saying on that. He thinks he knew about the Shaded Lands and Marika wasn't having that. Yes. 100%. He probably called Marika a strumpet. Honestly, that dialogue, okay, Brigand, the thing that you're referring to, which I'm not gonna say what it is, that is interesting because that gives us a little bit more context on some other words that are used in the story trailer. There's some like... Photo loss. Slander is not just lying, though. It means specifically lying in order to tarnish someone else's reputation. I don't think he was trying to tarnish the caravan's reputation, because him and the caravan are aligned. But I think he was trying to tarnish the Marika's order, the Empire, because he got punished. Like, typically anyone who gets punished by the Golden Order are people that oppose order. People that oppose the Golden Order. What the fuck is a strumpet? It's like a harlot. Or like somebody that has bastards. Someone that... Yeah, being anti-strumpet work is cringed. I agree. But like also, the word strumpet is being used in regard to someone's child. I'm trying to be vaguely obtuse about this so that way people have no idea what I'm talking about. But like, all I'm saying. Strumpet thing, potentially, to be the biggest revelation. 100%. 100%. Strumpet is just a smaller strombone, popular in jazz bands, yeah. Seduction and betrayal. Teeth Night, the affair. Teeth Night, the affair. Seduction and betrayal, the affair. A strumpet. What the fuck? At first I thought like the affair from which Gold rose had to do with like, oh, an event. Like the affair. She was seduced by power and there was like an affair. She stole somebody's like great rune. But Marika's a strumbone? Marika's a what now? That's all. Don't worry about the context for what we're talking about. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. For people that have no idea what I'm talking about, I just want to like say you don't need to worry about it. You don't need to worry about. Don't need to worry about it. Anyway, let's keep going. So the one great crucible, runes are light, grace, and life. The sun is a giant ball of light and runes, and this blending all life. A burning crucible. It's also a star, perhaps the Elden star that was literally stolen from the sun. Gold was created at the same time as shadow. Kind of looks like a solar cornea, or corona, sorry, cornea. During its ending, its placement in the sky, almost the sun, suspicious in the way it looks like it's absorbing energy back into itself while also burning the world. Yeah, oh my god. No, yeah, Kali's people worship the sun. The way, hold on. The way that the Frenzied Flame looks is so, like, is crazy. It's insane. Like, hello? I'm putting these pictures here for reference. Like, hello? Hello? Brain rot. Brain rot. We have brain rot. That's what this is. That's all this is. Anyway. Hold on, wait. Let me move this over. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Okay, wait. I'm moving it back over. This is for... Sorry. Kyuk pointed out on the map on some of the promotional material that we've noticed. There's this tower and gateway, and that it looks suspiciously similar. We have like the two towers. Yeah. Yeah. Frenzy brain. Yeah, we're in rot brain right now. For those of you that are just joining us, and have no idea what we're talking about, friend, this isn't brain rot, this is full-on cranial replacement. The what towers? The 2 towers. You heard me. It's Ionian brain. The new Hornsent NPC's voice and accent sounds a lot like the merchants. I wonder if the merchants are those people in disguise. But no, because like the Wandering Caravan NPCs that we see below the capital don't have hats. They don't have hats on, and they don't have horns. So I just think that they're normal nomadic peoples that just so happen to worship the entity that has to do with the... But I'm like so, oh my god, we just started Burpo recently. I'm so motivated to make a Frenzied Flame character. Also, there was somebody, ooh, the Irish accent is a Celtic connection. Wait, who has an Irish accent? Did I miss someone? Did you discuss the Empress card's details? No, but do you want me to? Don't the merchants? Do the merchants have... That was stupid. Ignore the previous statement. Oh, okay. One of Miquella's followers is Irish. Interesting. The Bellurat entrance reminds me a lot of the cathedral from my hometown, which was consecrated in 1092. That's cool. That's sick. I thought Bach was Irish, but now I can't remember. Irene and her dad. The Hornsent has an Irish accent. No way. No way. Get out of here. Also, hey, Peter. Now everybody's joining. Sorry, everybody's like first and last names are fully going to be on the stream right now. If you click on that link, I'm so sorry, y'all. Okay. I'm going to move on. This theory cooks. Did Lee make this beat? No, Lee did not make this. This is all Persona. Oh no, wait, hold on. Hold on. From Digital Devil Saga. Yeah, this is all Persona and SMT music. I'm going to take a quick break, everybody. I have to go to the bathroom really bad. And I have to go get water. This is a hydration break. Everybody please go drink liquids, please. Please go liquids now. Everybody go. Go to the bathroom. Go do what you gotta do. Oh, Kyuk is in the, oh my god, okay, wait. Ulysseal, Kyuk is in your mural board right now. They're gonna cook. Kyuk, go off in there. Go off in there. Everybody go off in there. Yeah, Celestial do now. Okay, we'll be right back. We'll be right back. Give me like 5 seconds. Give me 5 seconds.
mass destruction. Deep within the gun wounds, you can put your fate, destiny to the tomb. Hardest thing to do is changing who you are now to who you wanna be soon. First enemies inside us already. Whoever make it out may be ready for the battle. It's fearless, you better be ready. Not only winning, but the losing. No, it brings experiences for a bigger win later. Persevere for the greater good. Imagine later would maybe annihilator. Taking down the agitators, the violators, the glitter or the dark until we reach final layer. So who we up against, vicious and brutal. Moment of truth, there ain't no truce. You're the only one world, one love, but the battle goes on. Shadows of mass destruction. King from the way, from the boss, king to one. Toss the ball, best way to
All right, I'm back. You guys, I like come back and y'all, there like so many people are in here cooking. Yeah, everybody's going to work. Lucille, you started something. Everybody's like, for those of you that are just joining us, Ulicilian came in here and dropped like a pretty big bomb because we were talking about like the Celtic god of healing and light and the sun, and they found that there is a name in the game, in the DLC, that is the tower settlement that we've already seen in the DLC trailer. It's the settlement that Mesmer marches on. The name of it is public now, and they broke it down, and we're cooking, and we're getting into the Frenzied Flame, we're getting into sun mythology, we're like fully deep diving Shabriri and Hyetta and the One Great right now. So it's going crazy right now. Does Ronnie know her dad is Marika? I don't think so. That would be like, I'd be curious to see if she ends up figuring out about her lineage at all. Where does the Royal Rat Authority fit into the DLC? I don't know. Wait, what if the god that the Outer God heirloom talks about is the sun god? That's what they posted this in here. I'm not going to zoom in for people that want to avoid DLC spoilers, but there is an item description that came public in VatiVidia's new video. Not going to zoom in on that, but yes, that is presented in here as well. Oh my god. This is crazy. It's crazy to watch everybody like working. Okay, to gaze into another's eyes is truly the most intimate form of human contact. Grace that dwells within the inhabitants of land between, lingering residue of gold. The grace blessed those who were first to serve the most vivid coloration. The new men are said to have come from outside the lands between. Okay. Said that Ertru was once as warm and gentle as the sun, and would gradually heal those who bathed in its rays, and then the rune fragment incantation confers madness upon those who have not adopted the flame. Take care not to mistake it for its gentler cousin. Sorry, VatiVidia's video. I'm losing it right now. We're having a meltdown on stream right now. Can we go and look at this for ourselves? Yes, but Ulicilian feels comfortable sharing the link and has shared it in the chat, but I want to just like give Ulicilian a warning that because it's publicly editable, that this could get blown up, so just mentally prepare yourself for that. So I'm gonna actually move some of this stuff over here. Burn eyes, okay. Hold on, let me turn these. We're just working now. Hey y'all, we're just working. Sorry that the stream is turning into like a work stream and like okay. Sorry, I need to like fix this. The formatting on this is fucked. Shabriri stands, Frenzied Flame stands, rise up. So yesterday, or Tuesday rather, this person named Core invaded me with this Frenzied Flame build that like was cracked. I'm thinking about you. This is for you. This is for your character's build. Okay. Okay. So we have speech bubbles. Okay, and then I'm gonna get the Sun Realm shields to add to here. Right? I'm so sorry. We're derailing the stream. I'm sorry, everybody. Mira's been weird lately and hasn't been... Yes! Fuck. Okay. It hasn't been letting me upload the PNGs from fandom anymore. It used to. It used to. Darn. I'm gonna have to take like a screenshot of this, I think. I really need to get that, there's like a asset that is, or sorry, like a folder where you can get like the assets in game, like the PNGs. And it's fucked. It's good. I need to get that again. Hold on, let me move the chat to where I can see you guys and y'all can see each other again. I think we're all in on the derail, so you're fine. Okay, cool. Sanity's overrated. Here, let me scooch this over. Oh, thank you so much, Cuke. You're the fucking best. Thank you. All right. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, thank you, thank you. I see you. I see you guys. I see you guys. Okay, here. Hi, Kyle. Yeah. Hey, Quaylock, just listening to the podcast. Great interview. Well done. Thank you so much. I was so nervous, but thank you. I'm glad that people, they're deep frying in there. We're not cooking, we're deep fried. We're fully gone off the rails right now. Sunburn eyes, okay, but the sun is divine. Through faith you can reach God. Okay. What's the name of the podcast? It's called the Yggdrasil Podcast. I'm Belurot Maxing. Yggdrasil. Yeah. Ratatoskor. I originally thought the Sun Realm meant Castle Soul, to be honest. Me too. Because Castle Soul literally translates to like Castle Sun. You know? Like that maybe perhaps it had to do with like some kind of previous Sun Realm. But now I'm kind of like, oh shit. Ratatoskor is the host. Yes. What is the TLDR on this theory? So we were looking at the name Belurot, which is the name of the tower settlement, which translates roughly into Sun Tower. And we're getting into the Sun Realm shields, we're getting into the lore regarding cultures that worship the sun, but we're also getting into real world mythology where the Celtic god of fire, light, healing, and the sun, its name is, sorry, I need to like get the name on this Miro board. Sorry, this is Ulasilian's Miro board. So we fully like hijacked it. The channel's hijacked it. Belinus, there we go, who is the sun god. So let me put this note here. I'm putting this little note. Oh, it's right there, duh. I'm a dumbass. I'm a dipshit. I'm a dipshit. I'm a dumbass, please. Please bear with me. Please bear with me. It's literally right there. Meal board. I'm adding redundant notes. That's my contribution. Okay, and then what did I want to do? There was something that I wanted to get for you here. Celtic god. Sorry, I like fully lost. Meal board from all the cooking. To be honest, I should probably eat too. Is this gonna be a video? I mean, like, I'll probably reference this in a video at some point. Ulycelian, but like, this won't be a video. This is Ulycelian's content, but I'll probably credit Ulycelian and mention the Belinus. So far, the only spoiler in this stream is just the name of a village. That's it. There's just a name that is in the game that we're going off of right now. Something that I think is interesting too is that where the three fingers are buried. Like the three fingers are right below Leondel. Or it's like a tower settlement. There's a tower settlement. Okay, so real quick, I'm gonna give a disclaimer. If you are worried about spoilers, Elden Ring DLC spoilers, specifically regarding the names of a city, I would leave the stream right now. But there's a city that is featured in the story trailer. Oh my god, I remembered what I was gonna get you. Hold up. Everybody shut up. Everybody shut up. I have to open up my Miro board real quick. Shh. Everybody. Shh, shh, shh. I'm gonna forget. If you guys talk. Oh my god. What was that noise? If you guys talk right now, I am gonna, like, all of the stuff I'm thinking about is gonna fall out of my head. Where the fuck was it? It was in Vati's board too. Oh, where was it? Oh, okay. Sorry. Hold up. Okay, I'm taking like a big poop on your Miro board right now. This immediately. Okay, wait, hold on. I'm trying to figure out a good place to do this. Maybe over here for a Celtic god of fire and light healing in the sun. Blech. I like coughed this up like a hairball. Oh, it didn't bring the images over. It didn't bring the images over. Shit. Shit. Okay, hold on. This music is very appropriate. Okay, wait. Cooper, no. Cooper. Hey. Hey. Hey, you. I have to manually import all these images over. This is the worst. My life is falling apart. Oh, why isn't it? What the fuck? The loathsome Miro pooper. Oh. You know what? I have a fucking idea. Watch this, y'all. If you just like ruin your whole computer and you ruin everything, you could just do this. You just ruin somebody else's Miro board. It's great. Okay. Oh, this shit is so huge. Chill. Okay. All right, so I already did a video on these notes. These notes had to do with like the initial trailer, specifically the Wickerman and Julius Caesar's reports on the Wickerman. But what I wanted to draw attention here, like with these notes, is the motherfucking sun. I'm gonna put a big fucking arrow. There's my contribution. Wait, isn't it a struggle doing this while avoiding spoilers? When discussing a theory based on spoilers, isn't it better to warn against spoilers and go all in on it? Yes, and I did warn. And I'm trying to, the reason why I'm trying to be, like, careful and, like, am tiptoeing around it is because even though it says spoilers in, like, even though it says spoilers for Lore Theory Thursday, bracket, spoilers, bracket, even though I said it, I am trying to be careful for when people are entering, like they click and they don't read and they end up accidentally getting a spoiler. I'm trying to just be careful. A certified YouTuber thumbnail. I can't see it. Where the big red circle. But yeah, we have like a sun. Oh, let me get the omen shit. Yeah. Okay, I 100% did that. Simon confessing. I also found out in early Germanic myth that the sun goddess is literally called Soul, like the castle. We need more open mouth pointing people. Oh wait, hold on. Is there like a open mouth pointing like Elden Ring PNG that I can use? Holy shit. Holy shit. I'm not gonna put any of these on the Miro board, but like, holy shit. Some of these are awful. In a good way. Okay, what? Oh, we cooking. Oh, we cooking. Containment. Containment of chaos. Okay. How would you guys feel if, before we move on to the next theory, how would you guys feel if, like, hypothetically, how would you guys feel if I ran and got Taco Bell for like 15 minutes? Am I allowed to do that? LMFAO. Do it respectfully. Respectfully, if I went and got Taco Bell, would you guys still be here? Me looking at the Taco Bell leftovers in my fridge. Oh my god, serendipitous. Have you seen The Power of Myth and or read the... Who did The Power of Myth? I know that there's Joseph Campbell's, like, comparative mythology. Who did The Power of Myth? Who's the... I know that that's been recommended to me before. May Taco Bell take the world. Wait, get me a chicken quesadilla and a Baja Blast. Okay. It's Joseph Campbell too. Okay, cool, yeah. I haven't read that one. I've read his, maybe it is The Power of Myth. Holy shit, wait. Hold on, this is my brain. I want you guys to understand how my brain works. So if you tell me a name, I won't be able to, like, tell you anything about it. If you show me a book cover, I'll be able to be like, yeah. Yeah, I've read The Power of Myth. Yes, I've read The Power. If you show me an image, or play a song for me, my brain is not language coded. My brain is visual information, auditory information. I don't know jack shit about language. My brain doesn't process language. It doesn't give a fuck about language. But, like, if you show me the art of a book cover, I'll be like, yeah. Nice, hell yeah, yeah. I am, like, also equally critical. Okay, I'm equally critical on here about Joseph Campbell and specifically Jung, because he's pulling from Jung. But yeah, I'm critical of comparative mythology, but I love it. I love comparative mythology because there is a history of cultural exchange. Like, we talked about Greca Interpretatio on my channel before, like with the Greeks straight up ripping from the Egyptian pantheon. But I also am really, like, careful to make sure that, like, as people in the West, as we're, like, interpreting comparative mythology and how cultures exchange information, that, like, our lens isn't always an accurate representation of those beliefs and practices, and there's room for cultural nuance. Oh wait, is there somebody in the chat that's, like, trolling? Oh shit, is Taco Bell supporting... Wait, Taco Bell supports Israel? I didn't know. They were like... Oh, it's on the BDS list. No! They got added recently. Oh, fuck. Taco Bell was literally our safe fast food because we weren't eating McDonald's or Burger King or Wendy's. I think Wendy's is on there too, Spy. Time for Chipotle. God damn. Very important question, but what is a Baja Blast? It's a flavor of soda that's in the United States. Hold on. Where are we at? Okay, where's food? Wait, Ben and Jerry's? Oh, they're owned by Unilever. No way, this is so sad. Oh my god, Ben & Jerry's is owned by Unilever. When Ben & Jerry's decided to stop selling its products in Israel, Unilever sold off the Israeli distribution rights to Avi Zinger to circumvent the decision and force Ben & Jerry's brand to continue selling in Israel. What the fuck? That's insane. That's insane. Okay, hold on, where's... Oh, Ferrero. Thankfully, so I've been like supporting a lot of local businesses lately. We have like a lot of like local coffee houses in the Seattle area, so I feel very lucky. Oh no. Pepsi. Well, there goes our motherfucking Pepsi sponsorship. Taco Bell. Don't eat food. Okay, parent company is Yum Brands, which is an investor in Israeli startups. God damn it! Oh well. Okay. Yum Foods. Okay. Well. Let me see if Chipotle is on here. Chipotle is not on here. We could do Chipotle. How's that sound, y'all? Chipotle sound good? This is sad, Quay. We can get Kendall back. To be honest, there's been yeah, the snails are snakes. The snails are snakes. Cesarius. Chipotle equals Miquella. Eating more locally for health reasons, so it's good to be prepared to not go back to these places. Yeah, like, it's been definitely way better for health. Ah, man. Chipotle is still evil, but at least they don't support Israel, from what I know. Chipotle is Griffith. What? Okay, sorry. We've like fully devolved the stream. The stream is like a nightmare. No, I'm not in SoCal, unfortunately. I am so far north, Froki, that we experience like proper Samhain. I'm so far north that like in the wintertime it gets dark at 3 p.m. So no, we are not near. I'm originally from Southern California, and letting go of like good Mexican food was like the hardest fucking thing in my life. Yeah. Okay, I'll be right back, y'all. I'm like popping out. Yeah, somebody repost that list that we were looking at, because I don't have it. I just closed the window. Thank you guys for sticking with me while I like get super distracted and hungry. Thank you. You guys are the best. You guys are cracked. I'll be back and we'll check out Ulisio's Miro in a bit. All right, bye.
Bring it back.
Alright, I'm back. Quaylog jump scare. Oh my god. Shout out to the boy at Chipotle who accidentally like double stuffed the burrito and had to use like a second tortilla. And so now I have a burrito the size of an infant. Yeah, I have water and I also have a soda. You legit jump scared me in the middle of my squad. Oh no! I'm so sorry. Oh my god, what is going on? Okay, we're back. And it looks like y'all have been going. I dropped my phone on my nuts from the jump scare. Oh no. What is happening? Wait, Quailog missed the very interesting dung eater convo. Oh, what have you guys been getting up to since I've been gone? Jump scared by Quailog's second phase. Alright, I guess I'm gonna look into what's been happening. Beltane. Oh yeah, I've talked about Beltane before. Beltane, Gaelic Spring and Summer Festival. Common celebrations include burning the Wicker Man as a ritualistic bonfire, where smoke and ashes would wash over the people and cattle, which was believed to be cleansing and protective. Evocative of cleansing fire, Beltane is closely tied with the use of symbolic fires. Wickerman burning in the Shadow Realm, likely under Mesmer's orders, cleansing fire. It's weird because like the one that is being depicted in this is like a mockery. Like there's very clearly some groups that Mesmer is like actively trying to mock the fire giant effigies on the sides of the Wickerman, like on the hips, and then the omen. The fact that there is a sun that is made out of omen horns or horn scent horns that is being used to lay waste to the omen scent village or city, sorry, definitely like strikes me as an intimidation factor. Like it's definitely like being used against certain groups. Wait, I wasn't finished. I'm not done yet. In both Celtic and Gaelic mythology, fire and sun are often very closely related, with the fire often being worshipped for their healing, cleansing, and protection. I'll come back to you, Skylar. I'll come back to this and see. I'll come back to you. I'll come back. I promise. Okay. I'll keep checking on you as you like keep typing stuff, because I'm sure that I'm catching everybody like in the middle of what they're doing. This is so unhinged. It's very unhinged. We're fully like... Okay, let's see what Cuke has thrown down. So stone fragments. Oh my god, okay, wait. We've talked about this before. Hold on. Okay, wait, teeth? Are you is this you? Can somebody... Who is working on this section? Is it Cuke or is it teeth? Who is working on this section? Cuke. Okay. I am adding stuff to this. Hold on. Cuke, you always make my brain like explode. Okay, so what? I don't know if this is gonna let me copy. Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. I need the rainbow stones. I don't have the transparent PNGs for the rainbow stones. What? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Cute. I'm adding to your little thing. Okay, so I covered this when I was researching the strange worms that are outside the Everjails. Because they're made out of rune fragments. They're made out of fragments of Farum Azula. So it places their creation like before Farum. Also, hold on, let me turn the fucking volume down. It places their creation like before Farum Azula. Also, hold on. Formatting babes. 14. Okay. They're made out of fragments of Farum, which is like super interesting. But like something really cool is that the rainbow stones are light. It's like sunlight. Before, not after. So the ball worms are made from the ruined fragments of Farum Azula. So whenever Farum Azula was hit by the meteorite, whoever crafted those boys, because they seem to be associated with the Everjails, whoever crafted those boys made them out of ruined fragments. Oh my god. Okay. Century Stones is the official name. Would you still love me if I was a ball worm? But the cool thing about Farum Azula is that they're made out of light, and there's like a weird, mysterious internal light that is inside of the stones inherently. And when like broken apart, the stones are prismatic. So it's like when we break down sunlight, we get like the ultraviolet, or not ultra, sorry. Wait, I am in confusion. What? I don't know what. There's a light inside of the ruined fragments. There's a visible spectrum of light that's inside of the ruined fragments. Wait, to make something out of fragments of something else, it has to be made after the thing they were made of. Yes, that's what I'm trying to say, Rune. I'm saying that the century worms were created after Farum Azula was busted. So Farum Azula was hit by a meteorite. Rune fragments go everywhere. Worms created out of ruined fragments. They drop ruined fragments. They like, that's what their composition is. I hope I'm saying that right. Sorry, I'm on stream right now. I'm totally sold on your view about the rainbow stones. Yeah, like, there's an inherent light inside of the... No, it's good, Rune. I'm sorry. I'm like fully frenzied right now and I just ate. Holy moly, Quailog is literally Gideon off near crowdsourcing the Tarnish to decipher the lore. No, it's Lore Theory Thursday. We all share our tinfoil hats. I never publish other people's work unless I like actively get permission to do so, but this is like a newer thing. This is a newer thing I've been doing. I wonder if the Golem Maker and Crystal Knife Fella has something to do with the worms. Me too, Brigand. Alternatively, you could just make a thing out of leftover scrap from a thing, kind of like the motif in late medieval Kabbalah. Yeah. Okay, wait. Also, the stoneworms seem to be affected by gravity purple, and Farum was hit by a meteor. Rune Greatsword. That's so true. I've always kind of wondered about the Everjail's light. I have like no reach. Please feel free to use this as you will, Ingenue. If I do, I'll definitely like link to your Miro board and like amplify you for sure. I always do. I always make a point, like anytime I make a Miro board, if I'm referencing someone, they always get like a little section. Like I've referenced every time I talk about Elden John, there are some artifacts in the game that I've found But there is the one by Tarnished Archaeologists that they clocked, which was the map of Babylon, the world map of Babylon. And I always make sure to credit Tarnished Archaeologists for that one. It is a communal effort because there's so much in this game, and I don't think that it's humanly possible to clock every single thing by yourself. It's like fucking cracked. But the Everjails are weird. The Everjails are super weird. There's like this weird alternative. Okay, wait, hold on. I'm going to cover this spoiler with my camera so that way I can read it, because I... like having to move myself around. Okay. Oh my god. Don't move that. Okay. Sorry. I'm like trying to be really careful to not blast the stream chat with spoilers. The spoilers playing peekaboo. Little corner about alchemy speculation. What is this one? Oh my god. This is becoming... Holy shit. Okay. Shendel is posting this. One of the incantations of the Golden Order Fundamentalists, a gift from young Miquella to his father Radagon, produces a golden ring of light, and yet young Miquella abandoned fundamentalism. Miquella connection to the Ring of Light, and the ring around the son of Castle Soul. I think also too we also have like confirmation of the ring around the sun from Castle Soul just from the NPC too. There's like the NPC dialogue where he's addressing Miquella specifically. But yeah. I think that there's like this containment of chaos. Order. Yeah, because like order, a lot of the Golden Order incantations seem to have like this circle theme. I mean, the Elden Ring itself is a circle, but... Sun is a symbol in opposition to the Order of the Erd Tree, either adopted by the Dung Eater or cast onto him by the symbol being guilty. Given the nature of some of the collars in the game and like medieval punishment, it definitely seems like it's a symbol that was cast onto him. Set the lusterless sun ablaze with the Prince of Death's flames, inflicting the death ailment upon foes. This is Jupiter. So some of this stuff, I think has to do with like order and chaos, which I think is like symbolic of symbols in nature. So I talked about this in another video, but this is depicting the South Pole of Jupiter, or the North Pole? South Pole, which it has equidistant tornadoes that are like perpetually in motion because of some of the like chemical composition and gravity and gases and everything happening. Let me see if it is the North Pole. Hold on. Is it the North Pole or the South Pole? It's the North Pole. I was wrong. The South Pole, I think, has more... So here we go. So this shows this idea of like a natural order. And then this shows the kind of like explosion of order. There's like no, everything is, this reminds me of the Blood Drunk Hunter's Eye from Bloodborne. It just kind of seems like chaos as a symbol. The open eye is the symbol of being made aware of the sins of the Golden Order and being driven mad by it. The closed eye is a symbol of keeping secrets of the Golden Order. Later, the shattered destruction of the Erd Tree. I think it might also be in relation to like I know a lot of people speculate because like Mesmer has their eye closed, that all Empyreans have an eye closed. But I do think that Melina's case is like special and unique and specific. And I do think that like the eye being closed. So like in Gideon's staff, it says that the eye is symbolic of cosmic knowledge. Blanket statement, cosmic knowledge. And so I think that like there's some kind of cosmic understanding and like understanding of order and outer gods and concepts that like when your eye is closed, it's symbolic of you being blind to it. And when your eye is open, it's symbolic of you being aware of it. And I think that, wait, why they don't show Lita's eye too in the PR image? I thought they did. I thought she has one eye that's visible. Hold on. Yeah, she has an eye that's visible. Whoa. Here. See? It's kind of gray. That's actually really... I'm like knee deep in between two fires, and the angel-esque character, or like the saint character, has gray eyes and blonde hair. She's cool. Remember also that the eyes are where grace is housed, and if you can tell the difference between a person who's blessed by the grace and the... So the closed mouth, I wanna add to this. So it's not a symbol of ignorance, but it's actually a symbol of secrecy. And Radagon was swearing secrecy. It's like a metaphysical guard. Or like a metaphysical gate almost. Like if Radagon puts that gate over you, it like gags you. It like, yeah, it's a gag. It's like it prevents you from being able to talk about certain things. It's like a spell or like an incantation almost. Which is really cool. Yeah, don't tell Radagon secrets. Which is really cool because... hold on, wait. Let me see if I can find Perceptor set. I don't want Perceptor. I want... Mask of Confidence. There we go. When Radagon married Renala, he ordered the Carrion magic Perceptors to don these masks to make it clear that all their matters were to be kept strictly private. Which is like hella sus, and that's actually what makes me think that there was some kind of intention, especially with giving Renala the egg that allows her to do rebirthing magic, that it was causing, like, hypothetically, say you're Radagon. No, you're good. Say you're Radagon, and you are... Say you're Radagon and you are waging war against another kingdom and you can't win. Like, you can't get inside that kingdom. You can't topple it over. So if you want to like destabilize it or topple it over, the best way to do that is to form a truce, gain like an allegiance, and then disrupt it on the inside. So what you could hypothetically do is give Renala a amber egg that allows her to do rebirthing magic, which the Cuckoo, who are people that are at her school, dislike. So Why would you give your partner access to magic that would then cause her own people to turn against her? You know what I mean? Radagon is Buck. Okay, I'm gonna come back here because it looks like you might still be working on it. I also love the sun in the center of that. Is this anything? That crosshatch golden string motif is also the imagery of Radagon. Yeah, it's his scar seal and sword seal. Yeah. And it's also present in the Elden ring, in the rune. It's his rune, pretty much. If eyes being closed can be read symbolically as some kind of ignorance, what do you think with Melina's eyes being closed with rot? What is she blind to? I don't know. I think she like quite literally has a lot going on with like her character's design. Like she's missing arms and legs and eyes. So there's a lot. There's a lot with that. She's blind to being healthy. She's got the plague. When do you think Radagon and Marika become one? Do you think they were always the same person, or do you think that they lead separate lives before they merge? Okay, wait, hold on. I want to also make a point too, to say there's a difference between I think somebody whose eye is closed with a seal. So like, for example, hold on, sorry everybody. Melina's eye is like sealed shut by something, whatever this is. There's something intentional going on there. When somebody's eyes are plucked out of their head, it's in like the darkness and the blindness that they are then able to commune with the fingers and like commune with outer gods. So blindness in like some regard has to do with amnesia, given like the context of it. But blindness in other context, especially in regard to like finger readers and priests and shabriri, is that they're able to like commune with forces that like are otherwise that we like can't comprehend through our eyes. But specifically, hold on, let me pull this up. Yeah, Miyazaki has a history of differentiating between sealed eyes, the candle maidens, etc., and characters blind from birth or the loss of eyes. It appears in almost every game now that I can think about it. Yes, it does. And I also think too, also, is this still spoiler section? Yes. Yes and no, hold on. I'm gonna add to your eyeball situation really quick. Also, Cooper is gonna keep snoring. Okay. I'm getting hit with the post-lunch sleepies. I'm getting hit with the post-lunch sleepies so hard. Oh, Cooper. Hey, do you want a greenie? Do you want a greenie? Or a treat? I have no way of getting this, I don't think. Cuke, if you're free, can you get me the Scepter of the All-Knowing? Why Cooper angry? Because he's mad at, like, the outside world. He's mad at anybody and everybody. This is gonna be, like, this is gonna be so shitty. We got the, like, transparent, we got the fucking transparent checkerboard situation. Help. Oh, thank you so much, Cute. Thank you so much. Thank you for the staff. Okay. I'm giving you this too. Yeah. Silkwood. So na. Okay, so Miyazaki gives us this little like treat. Miyazaki gives us some symbolism as a treat. Like Miyazaki straight up tells us what hands and eyes represent. So the scepter in the form of the hand grasping the pearl, a signature weapon. The pearl stands for the world, the heavens, and an eye representing the many forms of knowledge never fully attainable. Even knowing that, the all-knowing's hands grasp for it. So hands are typically represented, since Dark Souls, as like ambition or desire. So like Manus is a giant hand and he's grasping for his pendant. And then we also have like the demon of hatred whose hand is like exploding. We have some characters who have lost their hands. They have severed hands or they've like let go of things. There's a lot of stuff. Yeah, is Miyazaki making fun of lore nerds? I think that there's like, I don't know if he's making fun of specifically lore nerds' desire, but I think he's like looking at the innate desire of humanity. And I think that that is a part of it. I think that there is a piece of it there. But I think also too, it's like a bit of meta teasing, but it's also referring to like a larger human thing that we do. Miyazaki is a lore nerd, self-burn, 100%. So like, there's that interview with him where he talks about how he's a little bit of like a masochist, and that like when he creates death scenarios, that he's creating scenarios that he would like to die in. And I think that while he's like teasing a little bit of the audience, I think he's able to understand what makes things dramatic or desirable or enticing, because he himself, I think, is also, I think he's also dealing with it too. I think he's also, you know, we're all, like, ContraPoint said this one time and it really resonated with me. She was like, explaining Buddhism and talking about samsara and talking about how she's like totally aware that she's never gonna escape samsara because it's like too fun. Like, and she was like, samsara is my stomping ground. And I was like, damn, that is the realest shit that I've ever fucking heard. That is the realest shit. D dies by the hand of a sexy woman with no shoes. Yep, I can see how Miyazaki imagined that. Anti-Buddha goes crazy. It's like, it's not even, because I would say anti-Buddha would be like Sekijo or like orangutan when he's like carving the Buddha over and over again and he's like trying to walk the path of Buddha, but is like victim to his wartime trauma. And eventually when he becomes the demon of hatred, it's almost like he's giving into that trauma. And so in that sense, he becomes the anti-Buddha. But there's got to be an iteration of that where somebody's just doing it because they're having too much fun. They're having a good time. They're having a good time with the drama and with the, it's not even like about gluttony. It's not even about, it's just like having a silly little good time. You know, dung eater? No. It makes me think of the Monkey King. Yeah, the laughing fat Buddha. Yeah, the no fuck this gets me enlightenment. That's some low-key shit. So Miyazaki gets food poisoning on purpose, considering his love of poison swamps. I think that the poison swamp thing, because the reason why I like swamps is because it kind of is like somebody telling me, sorry, Cooper Big Snore. It's kind of like somebody telling me, no, don't do that. Like when you enter a swamp, it feels like the game developer is like, don't go there. Like, don't go explore there. Don't do that. But then there's this piece of me that's kind of like, no, I'm gonna do it. You know? And so I kind of wonder if that's how Miyazaki feels. I'm so curious. Maybe that's one of the things that I would ask him. Missoula reflection from the Melina Divine Tower? Is it? Isn't this... This is the eye-shaped nebula inside the staff, but like, what do you mean it's the Missoula reflection? Ooh. Oh my god, Jurassic Dog! Congrats! Congrats. That's so fucking amazing. Oh, that must feel like... That must feel so relieving. Holy shit. Miyazaki knows damn well what he's doing. A magnetism of the North Pole of controlled is an example of controlled chaos or the natural order opposed to enforced law of the golden order. Yeah, that's kind of like, I definitely see... I think that like I was trying to articulate myself on Rat's podcast yesterday when he was asking me if I think that like the advent of disparity that Marika causes, if like all things were one and indistinguished in the previous era, or if there was like controlled chaos. And I was trying to articulate myself, and I think there was an era of controlled chaos that had happened. I love that Ulasil was able to stunlock Quelaag and all 400 of us for 4 hours with this theory. Bravo! It's true. It's true. Yeah, Melania's eyes different may have to do with the difference of having sealed eyes or being completely free of eyes. Having no eyes and succumbing to rot, she's free of being biased by her perception. So, oh my god. Like, Melania is like a whole other thing. So like in Buddhism, there's this image of the lotus sitting on a bed of rot, and it's through rot that the lotus is able to achieve transcendence. So it's through pain and suffering that we're able to like understand the core tenets of Buddhism and like rise above it. And when you achieve transcendence, it's through suffering that you get to blossom on top of rot. And so with Melania's like symbolism becoming like the scarlet rot and her blossoming above it and transcending, and her will letting go of the self and like a bunch of other shit, where does Radon fit into this? When she fights Radon, she stabs herself. There's like a whole bunch of stuff that is like happening with her regarding like the loss of self, but like through discipline and suffering. That is like specific to like her missing limbs and eyes and like a bunch of other stuff. I think that there's like a whole other aspect to like her character's design philosophy that's a little bit different than somebody's eye being like sealed with like a sigil, if that makes sense. Flowers and plants do grow from rotten compost, yes. Also, once again, shout out to Jurassic Dog. And hold on. So, from what I understand, hold on. I'm gonna backtrack. Q, what is Q doing down here? Okay. Okay, so is this anything? Moss Moth says, Sol is a Germanic god of sun and is killed by a wolf named Skull. Skull is Malekith. God Slayer, Great Sword. Yeah. The Glowmite Queen. Could the Glowmite Queen be the original sun god? So this is a popular theory that death and the sun are closely related because of like Egyptian mythology as well. There's like a bunch of other stuff. So I'm curious to see if this comes to light because this is another theory that I see quite a bit. But we do not have like a whole lot of evidence for this. Just that there is like in Egyptian mythology, there is a tree and like it exists between twilight and there's a woman inside the tree that gives people water or like sustenance from the tree during their journey into like the afterlife. It's a whole thing. But yeah, cool shit. Love to see it. In both the Poetic Edda and the Prose Edda, she's described as the sister of the personified moon. Mani is the daughter of Mundilfari, and as time is referred to, I don't know how to pronounce this one, is killed by a monstrous wolf during the events of Ragnarok. Beforehand, she will have birth to a daughter who continues her mother's course through the heavens. Does this imply that maybe Marika would be based on Mani if we're saying that the Gek and Marika are sisters? I can't remember where I saw this theory or what it's based on. Yeah, so I talked about this theory a while ago, although I'm kind of like on the fence about it now. But originally, before we saw the story trailer, I speculated that the Gek and Marika were twins because they have twin runes that are opposite of each other and they mirror each other. So I thought that maybe they were twins, very similar to how like everybody else has twin runes. And then we also have stories of like the twin birds and like the twin angels and like a bunch of other stuff in the game. But now that I'm kind of understanding that Marika's decision to like uplift her rune created disparity, a part of me is wondering if maybe the Glowmite Queen had both runes and that Marika fucked it up. So I'm kind of like still processing everything. I'm totally willing to be wrong. This theory means the Shadow Realm was once the Sun Realm and Marika destroyed it. Yes. That is what we're going over. Do you believe, or do you or they believe in Buddhism on an actual spiritual level, or more so as a way to live? I think that like it's more so like I on a personal level, I think it's more so a way to live and to manage understanding of like humans and like trauma or like things that would I don't know, this is like difficult to describe. This is like a theology question, because I feel like there is like certain points in humanity in which people are put in positions of suffering, and it's when we're put in positions of suffering that we then could potentially harm others, because we might harm others in order to preserve the self, whether that's like stealing somebody else's food, for example, or, you know, doing something to hurt somebody else. And I think that there were a lot of people throughout history that were trying to like understand and like establish sets of codes to protect other people, especially during time periods in which governments or oppressive systems are actively pitting people against each other. And so that's why we get things like a code of honor or like a knight's code or codes that exist outside of like a political system. It's like a social expectation. It's like social, you know, it's like a social thing. And I think that like each culture has their own social questions that they're trying to answer given the environments and the cultures and the situations like that were happening within those cultures throughout history. So I think to answer your question, I personally feel there are certain like, I don't know how to say it, because it's not, what is the term in Buddhism? Because there's like, it's not denomination. There's like different types of Buddhism. I do think that there are certain countries and groups where I think that they're getting like as close as they can to the other not quite existing and the collective existing, and that collective being an extension of yourself. And then therefore that allows you to like let go of individual desire and put the desires of the collective above all else. But that's like a difficult thing to reconcile, especially for like younger generations. It's a whole thing. But I think that a lot of Eastern philosophies are like closer to a certain kind of understanding than a lot of Western religions or philosophies. But like, I think that there's a lot of Western ideologies that mirror Buddhism in a lot of ways. Like, I would say there were some ascetic belief systems that were like almost coming to the same conclusions, if that makes sense. So it's like, it's hard. It's hard. This is like a whole can of worms that you opened up. Oh my god, yes. The High Priestess. I could talk about that, but it's very spoilery. It's very spoilery. I will never sacrifice my individualism. Existentialist all the way, baby. School is often used more than sect. Okay, cool. Thank you so much, Heather. School. Different schools. I wanted to make sure that I was like being culturally. I am more of a yes, the BJ pillars. Yes. Are we going full spoilers? Yeah, I probably will make an announcement that I'm going full spoilers in a sec. Yeah, there's so many variations of ideologies that it can be hard to make generalizations or discuss without a ton of nuance. Exactly, Jacob. I also am somebody that like, because my family's like, there's like, I have different religious backgrounds in my family. I have like 3 different religious ideologies in my immediate family. And the one that resonates with me the most personally was modern Franciscan Catholicism because of its relationship with environmental conservation and nature worship. The particular like ideologies that I see around some of the missions in Southern California emphasize like indigenous culture conservation and like environmentalist conservation. So they've kind of shifted and are trying to like give back to like the communities that they colonized. And there's a lot of historic reconciliation and looking inward that's happening within those movements at this time in history. And I think that it is an important discussion to be a part of. And like, it's important to like bear witness to it, if that makes sense. There's like a whole, it's too much to talk about. It is like too much to talk about on stream, to be honest. Like, there has to be, like, certain groups have to admit their faults and then amplify the voices of people that suffered, if that makes sense. Well, what is the name of that sect of Catholicism again? So that is very particular. That is a very culturally particular or specific instance of Franciscan Catholicism that is unique to Central California and Southern California, because they colonized all the way up through Mexico and California. So it's like, this is where it gets so nuanced, is because like the particular religion that like I grew up around or in proximity of has like its very own unique and specific history that only applies to like growing up in California and like doesn't apply to literally anywhere else in the world. And that's why theology conversations are so fucked. They're so fucked. Because history plays such an important part in how we understand the self, others, spirituality, the environment, our productivity, our sense of purpose, whether or not we're individualist or collectivist. And like, but I think that theology is incredibly important, especially when your government or your political system is failing to take care of you. That's something that I'm like pretty agnostic or like atheist, but like growing up around religions and learning about religions and learning about humanity and seeing how economic systems pit us against each other has made me realize that like theology is incredibly important, and I'm like fully clocked into it because it's like ugh, it's so much. It's so much. It's really important for us to like keep each other in check and kind of like figure out what we're doing. I wish everyone just had an overabundance of empathy, because I feel like that's what's missing from the world. I think it's really hard, Sir Terribler, when maybe like our systems and our family structures and a lot of stuff that are hard to maintain in the economy right now. Like if people can't afford to have families or afford to like, you know, get out of abusive situations, it's just going to like make younger generations bear the brunt of like a lot of trauma. And I think that in a lot of cases we're not conditioned to perspective take or empathize, because if you're constantly being reinforced to only like take care of yourself or focus on yourself, it of course is not, you're not going to exercise that. Did Cooper's just fart? No, he's just snoring. He's snoring, you guys. But yeah, like if you're put in a situation where you're, like, so in America, it's very common for people to have this mentality, and this is so unique to being American that I'm sure those of you that are not American will probably struggle to understand this. But we are actively told and reinforced, and there's a lot of people that I know with this mentality, that like we shouldn't have to pay for other people's lives. So like you'll meet a lot of people that are like, why should I pay for somebody else's medical bills? Why should I pay for somebody else's education? Why should I pay for somebody else's X, Y, and Z? And it just compounds to the point where like nobody's taking care of each other, and the government's not taking care of us. Yeah, so many Americans hate tipping. It's like fully we're broken. Like we don't have socialized medicine. A lot of politicians are trying to privatize public schools. Like it's so fucked. It's so fucked. It's like, I don't know how we got into this conversation. I'm just waiting for everybody to finish writing. Brain rot mumbling. Wait, what? The light is divine. We perceive it through our eyes, and the ultimate act of faith is following it fully blind. Let it guide us, abandon ourselves to it. I didn't mention the Nox, but they cover their eyes and put reflecting masks on to avoid the greater will. Also, them being banished underground, they can't receive sunlight anymore. No more blessed. Related to light and astronomy, we have stars, which Amber, gold ones guide to the fate of the gods, Empyrean. Yes. Thanks, Ulycilian, for the great theory and letting us brain melt here. Feel free to use whatever I put here. Yeah, this is fully like, I feel like this Miro board is the Frenzied Flame. All things are conjoined or something. Isn't a lot of tipping culture and outgrowth of black servers being poorly paid? Wait. I'm sure there's some kind of, like, I'm not quite sure about the history of it. There's just a lot of like our system is built quite literally on the foundations of slave labor. And so any instances in which we can cut labor costs is something that's very appealing to our economy. Like if you can, if the like people in charge can like profit the most and pay as little as they possibly can, that is the foundations. That is the roots, unfortunately. And that's why labor laws are so important, because you'll get paid peanuts if they would be able to. All right, let's see if there's anything new here. Ember Starlight, an ephemeral silver that gives off a pale amber glow. What remains? A passing light of starlight. If the stars commands our fate, then amber starlight must command the fate of the gods. Such is the belief that inspired the use of these shards to prepare a most special drought. Cannot be consumed by humans. Okay, coming back to this. We talked about Beltane earlier. Okay, wait. So the word Beltane is proposed... Beltane, I don't know if I'm saying that right, is proposed to be a part of Celtic word Belotepnia, which means bright fire. The element of the bellow becoming bale of balefire, meaning bright flame. In both Celtic and Gaelic mythology, fire and the sun are often closely related, with the sun and the fire being worshipped for their healing and cleansing protection properties. However, come the conversation of paganism into more monotheistic religions, cleansing fire was often used as punishment, burning effigies and sites of worship, burning witches, etc., which could be reflected in Mesmer's burning campaign. I also want to say too, like, I think culturally it makes sense that like there's the demonization of certain practices, but I also think too it was easier for it was easy for like a lot of officials to do this when populations stopped being almost like less ingrained in agriculture. Like I feel like for groups that were still very like early agricultural societies and like everyone was kind of like practicing certain agricultural things, it makes sense that you worship and like witness the cycle of life and death and like, you know, kind of restarting your crop all over again. But yeah, it just makes sense that like as we get further and further away from like even our own religious practices, like get kind of further away from nature worship, we kind of like lose touch with our relationship with the land, if that makes sense. The DLC does not play in the past or the future, right? It's essentially happening at the same time as what we're experiencing in the main game. Yes, but a lot of things that are culturally are happening in the lands between because of Golden Order fundamentalism are like Golden Order fundamentalism is not touching the Shadowlands in the same way. So even though we're not necessarily experiencing anything in the past or the future, there is like a cultural separation happening between like the greater will and like Golden Order fundamentalism being kind of like seated in Leyndell in the lands between, and then like the Shadowlands being kind of like it's kind of like a time capsule, but it doesn't take place in the past. It's just not influenced culturally, if that makes sense. Beltane is said phonetically in modern English. Okay, cool. But yeah, I basically think Mesmer is being a dick and using symbology from the original culture to shit all over them while he commits genocide, and I think the practice of Beltane and its surrounding rituals were inspiration for some aspects. I agree with you on this, 100%. I feel you. 8. You 8. Good job. The Land of Shadow is like one of those isolated jungle tribes. Yeah, exactly. So we have a Discord channel, Titanium, but it's currently on lockdown right now, and I try to keep it on lock for a little bit, especially because we're getting so many new people, which I'm super thankful for. But unfortunately, it's also led to a lot of people that just like don't know the vibes, you know? Like everybody's pretty collaborative and like pretty chill, and we get a lot of like argumentative assholes sometimes. And like even if you're right, we don't condone, you know, being like a hardcore shithead. So we've had to deal with a lot of moderation issues right now. So it's currently like quarantined. If you hang out in the chat and like kick it enough, eventually we like give out the Discord link. But yeah, I just try to make sure that like I'm blocking off trolls. Because unfortunately, like if I were to just open up the Discord for everybody, it would be a nightmare for my moderators. So yeah, the Nazis strike again, 100%. No, it's not that we don't like people who are not like-minded. It's that there are people that are intolerant to anybody else's ideas. So like, for example, if somebody is in the Discord chat and everybody had like a wide variety of different ideas, there's always going to be one person that gets pissy about different ideas. They don't like people who aren't like-minded, and it's those people that I kick out. Paradox of tolerance, baby. Moderation is so taxing. Y'all are so strong. We've been dealing with this for like 12 years. I have people in my community who have been in my community for literally like over 12 years. It's insane. Like Major Monotone is like Major Monotone is literally like a homie. They're like a family member to me now. But yeah. That's how the Elden Ring subreddit is like, yeah. All things can be conjoined, be more like Muriel. Yeah, exactly. Shout out Major Monotone. Yeah, sorry, Dr. Monotone. Dr. Monotone now. PhD. I think they're all saying, all they're saying is that if you're not cordial, polite, respectful, and open-minded, then you're not very likely to stay in the Discord, and that's 100% understandable. Yes, 100%. Okay, so let's go over the alchemy speculation. Hellrider, there's like a lot of alchemy speculation in the community, so this is just kind of like a yeah, there's also 7 stages. There's a bunch of different stages of alchemy also, sorry. There's... We have Cooper Snore. There is the black phase, which is called calcination, destruction. I've used this like... Sorry, Cooper is snoring so loud. I've used this allegory a lot before, but there's this idea of... Like, if you use a cast iron skillet, for those of you out there that are Wait, I hear a lot of blaming the dog. I ain't never seen this dog. I literally show him on camera all the time. King Hawks, you must be new. He literally sits with me most of the time. But if you use a cast iron skillet, you don't like fully wash it out. You like pretty much like burn the skillet and like you season it, and it gets, you use like a type of oil that then solidifies into like a smooth base for your pan, and it's black. Because it's literally, it's like coating the skillet. It's coating the skillet, but that's this phase. And then there's the purification phase, which is usually associated with white, which is, I think, like salt or some other point in the mixture. And then there's citrinitis, which is enlightenment, which is also yellow. And then there's rubido, which turns to red, and then it starts all over again. We repeat the cycle. I think alchemy is used a lot. And so, yeah, and at least the creation of the rebus. The whole point of creating the rebus is to potentially achieve the Philosopher's Stone, which can cure any illness. There were a lot of people that were doing early alchemy back in like the medieval era, and this was also true in Asia, because there's also like early Asian alchemy that was kind of like hidden in codes, like and weird symbolism to kind of hide certain mixtures. There's a lot of like really cool history and mythology regarding like early alchemy and especially like early chemistry, because a lot of early scientists were effectively like figuring out how to do like, I mean, like they were figuring out how to like isolate certain materials from each other and like certain metals and chemicals, and it was incredibly dangerous, and a lot of people would like die from that shit. There was a lot of like mercury exposure. There's a lot of really like funny and interesting history to read about. Definitely want to check it out. But there was a certain person and a certain like movement where they were utilizing these like ancient symbols that were used by the Rosicrucians and like even groups before that, as like a metaphor for purifying the spirit. And there was this overlap between early chemistry and trying to understand the very properties of nature and reality. And it was like a very exciting, like, ooh, if you understand like the properties of how to manipulate, you know, gold and silver and whatever, you can turn things into gold and you could like disrupt the market. And so there were a lot of like political groups and religious groups that were like almost having this weird arms race and like a lot of protective knowledge. There was a lot of really cool stuff and mysterious stuff that was happening during this era of history. But yeah, it later then got taken to become like a metaphor for purifying the spirit and like the spiritual self. And then it ended up getting co-opted by like the white supremacy movement. We're back here again. We're back here again. It's like the nuclear sciences era, but with mercury. Yes. Yeah, Hermes Trismegistus and the Emerald Tablet. Yep. But yeah, there's a lot going on. There's also the idea of cycles. Yeah, the idea of cycles in alchemy is like a reoccurring thing too. I think also too, the stone dragon is like a very common symbol too. And the stone dragon has to do with time, heating and cooling, and the dance of opposites, the dance of opposing forces. Should I talk about, did you guys cover the posted theories on X? We got distracted. We got distracted because fucking Lucille posted this Miro board and we fully have like, we've been in this Miro board for like 4 hours. But thankfully we've covered everybody who joined us on here. We've covered, oh my god. Yeah, burning and sacrifice, a new era of flourishing, yes. It's been such a nightmare. Okay, so can I, really quick, before, because I kind of want to end this stream. We're going on 4 hours and 30 minutes, and I'm tired as fuck. Those 400 tags in your replies, I don't want to... Yeah, ADHD hours, aka 24/7. Lucille, can I have your permission to cook something in this? Do you mind if I post something somewhere on this board? I swear there's more new stuff on this board by volume than the OG post. Call this Miro board the Golden Order the way it's usurping everything. It's true. Like literally, look at what we did. You got it. Okay, cool. So this is spoilery. This is it, y'all. This is the big spoiler warning. This is the giant spoiler warning. This is me letting you guys know that I'm about to get into the spoilers that Vati covered, and I'm about to talk about something that is spoilery. So if you do not want to see spoilers, if you don't want to hear about spoilers, this is it. Leave. This is it. Leave. Leave now. Is there a regular stream schedule? So I stream every day, roughly around like 11 a.m. On Tuesdays is PvP, on Thursdays is lore. But every other day we just kind of stream whatever. On the weekends, I stream indie showcases. So we play indie games, I do variety streaming, but like on the weekdays it's dedicated to Souls stuff. 11 a.m. PST, sorry. I'm on the Pacific coast. Sorry. I'm so bad. This is like kind of a bigger spoiler. Y'all. Spoiler alert. I'm starting now, you guys. Does anybody, speaking of which, I might actually have to pull up Bati's video, but I might make a request to people that are here and can hear my voice. There is a particular item description or dialogue that is, sorry, I blanked every day. Yeah, like every day, pretty much. I take some days off if I can catch my partner, but like me and my partner's schedules are extremely chaotic. So occasionally I'll take like a day here or there. So, but for the most part, it's every day. Sometimes I'll take like a weekend, or sometimes I'll take like a weekday if, oh man, coming up soon. I want to say like we have one more week before my kid is out of school. Our kiddo. So I need to get like a green screen, or I need to figure out a way to like hide. We might be a VTuber for like a week until I figure out a solution for everything. But anyway, okay. So I'm assuming that those of you that I'm assuming that those of you that are here are okay with like the spoilers that Bati has talked about. So I want to talk about the Divine Gate. Can you move the camera to the other side? Yeah, I could. I could try. It actually might not work. You could do the webcam filters for OBS. I know, I've seen some of the AI ones that like, yeah, maybe we could do like a blurred background. For what it's worth, I would still 100% tune in for no camera streams. Okay, cool. Okay. There was something about Belurot, the tower settlement, and some areas leading to some place called the Divine Gate in the preview trailer, or the preview lore, the preview. I don't know if you guys saw that. And I want to talk a little bit about the Solomonic pillars and the Divine Gate, and specifically the inspiration for the Solomonic pillars that are depicted around Belurot. So let's get a picture of it. First, I need to grab some images for you guys. I actually think I might have like a Twitter draft. No, I don't. Okay, it didn't save because it was like too long, I think. Okay, yeah. It's actually not that like deep, but it's pretty cool. It's just like a little artistic reference. So for those of you that noticed the Solomonic pillars that I've talked about before in the DLC trailer, Solomonic pillars are the spiral pillars that are in front of Belurot. So they look like this. They're also in Mount Gelmir, but there is the Baroque version of them that's depicted in Mount Gelmir. The Baroque ones have more ornate details on it. There's actually something called St. Peter's Baldachin that has the more like Baroque looking aesthetic. It is Baroque. Oh, shit. What are you doing? Hold on. Let me get the Baldachin real quick for you guys. So here's St. Peter's Baldachin, and it is Baldachin in the same sense that Marika's Baldachin is covering the Shadowlands. It's a neat little reference, but there's also something else happening here. So these Solomonic pillars are in reference to two pillars that are in the Bible, and that's what it's supposed to be depicting. It was originally thought that the first Temple of Jerusalem, or the Temple of Solomon, had two pillars at its entrance. And those pillars, I'm gonna grab the wiki article for these because I'm just gonna have this man. Hold on. Doop. I'm gonna have a. Wait, do I have a phonetic pronunciation? Nope. Nope. There's no phonetic pronunciations for me. But these two pillars, there were two copper, brass, or bronze pillars that stood on each side of the Porch of Solomon's temple, which is the first temple in Jerusalem. They're symbols in Freemasonry, sometimes religious architecture. And they were probably not support structures, but freestanding based on simple pillars found by nearby temples. It's really funny that the Romans depict these. As if I just got jump scared by Wikipedia. Yeah, it's really funny that these like pillars are depicted in this way because this is Rome's interpretation of what they thought the pillars looked like. But the pillars likely didn't look like this at all. They typically looked. They probably looked more like normal columns that we saw in like more plain, straight columns. But like in Freemasonry and by the Rosicrucians, I want to read you some stuff because they have some like really cool. Let's see. They have some really cool symbolism regarding them. So let me talk about Freemasonry for a little bit and about the Rosicrucians and about some of the like esoteric symbolism that Miyazaki's using in his game, because that plays into the Alchemy post that was posted earlier. But Freemasonry came into its present form during the Age of Enlightenment, and its members were considered free thinkers of their time. And you'll find that a lot of these people use a lot of Jewish mysticism and thought that the symbols had to do with alchemy. Also, during this era of Enlightenment, there were several important symbols that surfaced within the second section of the Fellow Craft degree, and none more important and more powerful than the two pillars. I'm going to butcher the names, so I'm going to look it up, and it's going to be wrong. Oh, fuck yeah, we got a Bible study, man. Get with it. Get into it. Hold on. Let me see if this Bible study man can help me. Oh, fuck. Are we talking full spoilers now? Yes, we're talking full spoilers now. Connecting the Bible. Okay, wait.
Want to see how these two revisiting the story of the first temple's pillars, which were named Jachin and Boaz.
Okay, Jachin and Boaz. Thank you. Thank God. Thank God for that Bible study, man. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yippee! Bible spoilers. Okay, so Jachin and Boaz were these two pillars, and the Freemasons are all about them. But the pillars are representing multiple things. One of them is that they represent the sun and the moon. The sun metal being copper and the moon metal either being tin or zinc. The mixture of the sun and the moon expresses harmony and balance. It also represents opposing forces, like antagonistic forces or forces on two ends of polarity. And somebody standing in the center of them represents equilibrium. So if you have like a person or like a priest standing in the center, it typically depicts somebody who is wise or somebody who's like doing some kind of divine miracle. And there are a lot of stories of people in the Bible performing miracles at the divine gate. The divine gate is the place where healing miracles happen. It's like it's a thing that's used a lot in the Bible and in Freemasonry and in a bunch of other stuff. Sorry, I'm getting really tired. But it's also used and pulls on symbolism from the Kabbalah and like the tree of life, and the pillars also represent the tree. So there gets into like the esoteric symbolism of like the hanged man and the person that exists inside of the tree. But more importantly, there are divine gates. Somebody who has incredibly short legs. There is a divine gate in the DLC. There's a divine gate somewhere in the DLC, and it seems to be the place where the Empyrean goes. And it's very likely the place... I went to Catholic school, so I know some of my Catholic lore, but I learned it in my native language, and I'm not getting much of the names and stuff. Yeah, I'm having my own issues with it, and I'm trying to reteach myself stuff, so it's hard. It's a nightmare. Do you think the Divine Gate could be the place where we saw Marika in the trailer? Yes. Yes. Are you familiar with the YouTube channel Esoterica? Yes, I am familiar with them. 2 meat pillars. Yeah. But the fact that the pillars also represent the opposing opposites, and that like the spiral symbol is something that we see multiple times. Like we see it with the sacred sword, we see it with the black knife blade, the sacred blade, the finger slayer blade. Sorry, that's the one I was thinking of. And the fact that we see it with the god slayer blade, the Glowmide Queen sword. There's just this constant visual theme of like of spirals, of like 2 opposing spirals. And like I 100% think that it's just the union of opposites, or like antagonistic forces. And then the person who exists between them is the person who's in balance. I think it's super fascinating that we have that, like, and I think it's really powerful that we have Marika standing between the 2 pillars, or presumably between the Divine Gate in that opening cutscene. Let me pull it up really quick. Cinematic. Oh my god, did you find it? Thank you. Thank you so much. You're my goddamn hero. I don't know. I didn't see who grabbed it. I didn't see who grabbed it. Okay, wait, hold on. So I'm so tired. I'm fully like, I'm feeling myself slipping, you guys. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I want this one. I want this picture of Marika. Where is she? Okay, so sorry, I'm doing a lot right now. Okay. So this one. And then copy image. All right. So the B and J pillars in the High Priestess tarot card represent the sun and the moon, or represent opposites, and it represents a divine gate in which miracles occur in the center, and the woman being depicted, or sorry, the woman depicted in the center of it, the High Priestess tarot card, is supposed to be somebody, yeah, the BJ pillars, blow and job. The woman that's in the center of it is supposed to be somebody who is like in equilibrium. They're in equilibrium with each other. So it's like, say, for example, if we're looking at this in terms of like a bipolar scale, say this represents hot and say this represents cold, the person that's in the center would be representative of somebody who's warm. Like, It's the person that's literally in the center representing the equilibrium of two opposing forces. It's somebody who is depicted, yeah, she's holding the Torah. It's somebody that's like, she's being depicted as being like, you could see both sides, you are in equilibrium, you're able to make like sense of a situation, it's truly Marika, the greatest centrist. It's somebody who's able to make rational decisions and is able to like see things clearly. She is that girl, 100%. It's really fucking funny to me that this bitch, the most unstable bitch we've ever seen in all of fiction, that she is the one representing equilibrium. You telling me that, like, she's between the divine gate, she's between the two pillars. She's supposed to represent. I feel like that fits the Glow-Eyed Queen better. Agreed. And so this scene hits just right. The center that cannot hold. Oh, that's what you meant by spoilers. What do you mean that's what I meant by spoilers? What do you mean? Of course, spoilers. Okay, so let me read this. So here's some more spoilers. I'm saying it loud. These are spoilers. This is from the preview that Vati played. This is spoilers. Don't be in here if you don't want spoilers. Most unstable bitch in all of fiction. Yeah. Okay. So there's the message from Lita. Kind Miquella is bound for the Tower of Shadow. If we're to reach him, we must go to the ancient ruins beyond the High Bridge, the Shadow Keep, and then burn the tree that seals the path. I make for the keep. The Tower of Shadow message. Message left by Needle Knight Lita. I don't know if I'm pronouncing her name right. Lita. Addressed to the kindred spirits who also pursue Miquella's trail. The gate of divinity lies in the tower sealed by shadow. This is surely where Miquella the Kind, or where Kind Miquella is headed. We are no Empyreans, but we must locate the path that will lead us there. I will follow the crosses east. I didn't realize DLC spoilers. Oh my god. There's no other spoilers that it could be. This is like the only content that we don't have. Yeah, Quay made a sign on the top of the screen, spoilers here. The title of the stream is literally Lore Theory Thursday spoilers. But yeah, I think that Cuke, I see you highlighting Tower Shadow. I think that talking about the tower settlement and talking about Belurot and talking about the sun and talking about how we're like in the sun's shadow right now. This is it. Make a sign at the top of the screen. Spoilers here. Spoilers. You expect me to read? Oh shit. Somebody is all the way out here. Wait, whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa. I'm chasing this man. Why do you keep moving it? Freshly singed battlegrounds, effusing with the stench of the dead, forbidden lands that will be excised from the memory of history. This is where the vulgar militia serve as untiring, unsung watchkeepers. Oh, so the forbidden lands that it's referring to is quite literally the forbidden lands. There's like an area in the map called the Forbidden Lands. And I think that they're in reference to that. It is weird that they're singed. But I'm assuming that has to do with the Fire Giant's Forge. But yeah, the Fire Giant's Forge and the second half of the map that's ice is called the Forbidden Lands. So I think that that's what that is referencing. Vati was that girl for writing down all the dialogue and item descriptions. It's true. I'm glad that Vati could type and write as fast as they could talk. The trailer talks about a betrayal and seductions. Maybe the betrayal is Marika standing between the two pillars. Oh my god, okay, I drew this. So, more spoilers. So I was thinking that the betrayal and the seduction and the affair were all like flowery metaphorical language to just refer to like I thought that it was just that Marika did a big betrayal and that was the affair. But like, there is a NPC. Did you post it? Yes, the Empyrean Grandam. She is the protector of the. So for those of you who don't know who this is some Vati findings. She is the Lion Dancer's caretaker, and she's known as the Empyrean Grandam, which refers to like a title of kind of like a grandmother, but like political figure. And so it seems like the horn scent and the horn scent and like the lion dancers had to do with the Empyreans before, and like that they're all normally associated with like the gods. This was the divine group before, so they and like the fucking whoever the fuck was ruling in the previous era, the Omen were a part of it. And yes, this part, I'm sure you guys have noticed, cleanse away the vile strumpet's progeny, or the strumpet's vile progeny. She's calling Marika a slur, but also she's calling her somebody who sleeps around, and that her child is the byproduct of that. Like, crazy. So I think that some of the yeah, I think some of the stuff that we're finding out is definitely like yeah. We're definitely seeing like the George R. R. Martin. Isn't a grandam normally like a grandmother in a high-class rich family? Yeah, but in this circumstance, she's kind of like the caretaker of the lion dancers. So she seems like a political grandma. Like a ritualistic grandma, like the Empyrean grandam, but like in the sense of like a matriarch, like a read her grandam, yeah. Red to filth. Yeah, like Marika, yeah, 100%. Marika may have won the battle, but Grandam really like went there. She really went there. So I don't know. There's some pretty interesting stuff that we're getting regarding stuff that Queen Marika has done, and like the original seat of the sun. So I'm excited. I'm very excited. I got this spoiled for me. I originally wouldn't have wanted this to be spoiled for me. I like didn't want to look at the preview stuff, but Rat really wanted to talk about them with me during the podcast, so I broke and I watched Vati's video, and like if anything, it's made me more excited, and I'm really thankful that I did. It's just going to be like me approaching the DLC is going to be a really different way that I've like ever approached the game. I almost always go into the games blind. I'm not used to the age of plenty of beaches. I really hope that while you guys are playing the DLC, that every time that you see a Solomonic pillar, that you think about the BJ. No, but that you think about Site of Divinity and what that stands for. And it stands for the opposing of opposites and being in equilibrium between opposing forces. So yeah. Okay, wait. So in Korea, according to Korean records, Hate has a muscular leonine body covered with sharp scales, a bell in its neck, and a horn on its forehead. Ooh, that's cool. In the Joseon dynasty, Korea and Haite were believed to protect against fire disasters. For example, they were used to ward off fire. Is there a picture? The lion dogs in English are pairs of lion-like creatures which traditionally guard the entrance or gate of a shrine. I knew about these ones. I know that Shih Tzu are believed to like be what they're based off of or modeled after, and I love that. And it's really cute. This is like, sorry, we're getting into Animal Crossing lore. Oh my god. But Isabel and her brother are two Shih Tzus that are in front of like a zone of housing. For like, this was back in the DS days. But they're like both little mythology characters, because like the Tanuki or like Tom Nook is also mythology. I don't know. All of them are mythology based characters. There's like the Cap'n. It's cute. I don't know. It's cute. I just think it's cute, okay? I think well thought out visual design and like purposes for characters are just like adorable. It's good design. It's good visual design, babes. There's also the notion of a woman used to get children for a royal king or whatever, and then get later ridden of it by saying she slept with other men. Sorry, I'm bad at mentioning references. No, I agree with that. Like, I definitely think that there's a lot of lying in political, political stuff, but I also think given George R. R. Martin's writing style and the way that there's a lot of like strategic bastards everywhere, I think that we're gonna get some like pretty cool family drama. I don't think that Grandam is just like talking shit. I think that there's a reason why she's saying this. You know? I hope one day I could get drowned to death by a kappa. I think you're jumping the gun with the strumpet, meaning Marika. I mean, she's like the one, she's the only one who came out of that conflict, like standing on her two legs. And like, it's her child, Mesmer, who laid siege to, it doesn't matter if it's the Gex progeny. This woman, the Empyrean Grandam, is aligned with the Lion Dancers. She's aligned with the Omenborn, or the Horn Scent, and she's also aligned with the Tower City. And she doesn't like the people who laid siege to the Tower City, who is Mesmer. And also, by proxy, Marika's child. Who else makes a vile progeny? Yeah. Are we posting like the ancient texts? Are we posting? Yeah, we are. Hell yeah, dude. Anytime that we reference the Bible, I'm just gonna talk about the ancient texts. Yeah, she may be talking about Mesmer and thus Marika. Yeah. I'm sorry, I missed what GEC stands for. So GEQ is the Glowmide Queen. It's just the shortened. The Jedi texts. The Bible. Ooh, God gossip. Thank you so much for the gifted memberships, everybody. Thank you. Oh, that was Waves. Thank you so much. For those of you that are unfamiliar, I have members now. I have memberships now. Feel free to support me on here or on Twitch or on Patreon or whatever. But also, if y'all like can't subscribe to me for whatever reason, just y'all being here and chatting with me is like all I can ask for. Thank you so much. I want to give a brief rundown before I end this stream because I'm getting so tired. I'm getting sleepy. But I want to tell you guys like what my schedule looks like. So typically, I stream every day from like 11 to 4 roughly, or like 11 to 3. But it's been kind of erratic the past like couple months because we moved into this apartment and we're still kind of like dealing with selling furniture and like putting stuff in storage and having to like do stuff during the day. So sometimes stream has been starting later than normal. So I'm so sorry for that. It's Pacific time too. Wait, if you were a god, you'd be a hoe too, 100%. 100%. But yeah, so it's been like a little erratic because we're still getting settled in this apartment. I normally stream for like 4 to 5 hours a day though. So we're on quite a bit. There's like a ton of different ways that you can come and support me. On Tuesdays, we do PvP, community PvP, and it's like entry level community PvP. Like we're just getting our feet wet and noodling around. So if you're new to PvP, you are totally welcome. 100%. And then on Thursdays is Lore Theory Thursdays, where we do what we're doing today, where we just kind of get together and like talk shit and form theories, theory craft. And then all the other days we just stream Elden Ring. On weekends, I'm streaming indie showcases. So we're doing Lorelei and the Laser Eyes. I want to stream Haunty. There's like a couple other games that are coming out. I'm also like, for those of you that are not just Elden Ring fans, but also like action game fans, I love, like we streamed Dragon's Dogma a little bit on this stream. I'm a big Monster Hunter person. So you'll likely see me playing the new Monster Hunter when it comes out. But yeah, thank you guys so much for coming and hanging out. Oh yeah, the PvP days are on Tuesdays. So what I think I need to make like a Nightbot schedule command for everybody. But yeah, thank you so much. You need to have the PlayStation subscription to participate in the PvP, right? Yes, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everybody. Y'all are the best. Thank you for coming and hanging out with me today. It's been really good. I'm so excited for the DLC. I know that like it's a little bit quieter in here than normal. We only have like 600 people in here today. I know everybody is like heads down avoiding spoilers. I think what I'm going to do is, I don't think, because I know some people will probably be playing directly at midnight when the DLC launches, but I think that I'm going to wait until the next morning, so that way when I start, y'all can be a little bit ahead of me. I'll start the morning of, that way like we can play alongside each other and y'all can see me. Like if you're wanting to have somebody to play while you watch, or play with, like, because a lot of people will be playing Elden Ring while they watch me. But if I wait a little bit, if I wait till the morning of, I'm assuming some of you guys will be a little bit ahead of me, so it'll be easier. I didn't even consider starting at midnight. Yeah, I'm not going to. I booked off the day off of work, so I'll be in stream. I'm so excited. Yes, let's go. Some call it spoilers. I call it a side of dramatic irony. Yes. All right, y'all. I'll see you. I'll see you guys. Hold up. Where I need to go. Yeah, if you start later, won't people backseat and spoil? Yes, that is like 100% a risk, but like I also, it's weird. Like I love to play the games blind and I don't like backseaters, but at the same time, if I see a spoiler or if someone ruins something for me, it doesn't ruin my mood. Like it doesn't actually make me that upset. Like if someone were to come in here and tell me the ending of the DLC, like it doesn't take away my experience. You know what I mean? So like I'm not pressed about it at all. I'm not the type that gets upset over spoilers. I prefer to like I prefer to go in totally blind, like with no information whatsoever. I love that. I love that experience. But like if someone ruins that experience, it's not gonna make me sad. because I still get to experience it. Yeah, the spoilers can always be wrong, 100%. Like, there's not just one ending sometimes. Like, sometimes somebody could, like, get an ending and it could be totally, like, different. Yeah, 100%. If it's made well, spoilers are not an issue for me either. Yeah. Elden Ring has so much mystery regardless. Exactly. Like, we were doing so much theory crafting regarding, like, the mechanics of the world that I'm not even stressed about it at all. I kind of had Radagon spoiled, but I was still hella surprised. I didn't know he was going to be a big broken statue. Actually playing is vastly different than just hearing info. Yes. And also too, like, I will probably, I won't be ignoring chat. I'll probably be looking at chat occasionally, but like, I will want to be actively processing the game. So I might be quiet on stream a little bit. Will you stream the day of the DLC? Yes. Yeah, I'm not streaming that midnight, but I'm streaming like the morning of. But yeah, thank you all so much. You guys are the best. I'll see y'all tomorrow, probably. We're streaming Lorelei. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm like still rambling. This is like my Catholic goodbye, 3-hour-long goodbye. What was I gonna say? Oh, Burpo. So I remade Burpo, the perfumer, and I was like speed running with her last night. Like, I was just booking it through the Lands Between. She's cracked, you guys. I built her different than our last Burpo, and she's cracked. She's like bulldozing the entire game right now. So yeah, it's anticipate Burpo tomorrow. All right, goodbye. You started saying goodbye and I went and made dinner. Okay, I'm leaving.